Welcome, space traveler. Tonight, we're going somewhere far colder, lonelier, and more unforgiving than any place you've ever been. We're re-heading to Mars, and I'm going to show you why the dream of setting up a little human camp out there is still a very long way off. Many dream of going, but before we embark on this journey, tell me in the comments, would you be brave enough to go? And what time is it right now in your city? Here's the truth. Mars doesn't want us there. Every grain of dust, every drop of frozen water, every silent sunrise is a reminder that this planet was never meant for us. And tonight, we're going to find out exactly why. So take a breath, traveler. We're about to step into a world where every mistake is final, and every day is a battle against the silence. This is the story of that first attempt. Through the eyes of Captain Astreus, we'll walk through each challenge, from landing to building, from feeding the crew to keeping them sane. You'll see why colonizing Mars isn't just a matter of landing a rocket. It's about building a miniature Earth in a place that offers nothing for free. So, dim your lights, wrap yourself in a blanket, and let your mind drift. This isn't just a science lesson. It is a journey into what it would really take to build the first human colony on the Red Planet. And trust me, the deeper we go, the more you'll wonder if we should even try. If you enjoy this project, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. It really helps us keep spreading the science in a fun way for everyone. And hey, if halfway through you think, maybe I'll just stick to camping in my backyard, that's fine too. Mars will still be here in a few million years. No rush. The glass of the command deck was tinted gold, filtering the pale sunlight that spilled over the Martian horizon. Captain Astreus stood there, hands resting on the railing, watching as the rest of the crew crowded around the viewport. They had traveled together for 6 long months. Scientists, engineers, medics, botanists, all sharing the same recycled air and the same restless anticipation. Now, their new home was right below them, a planet that, for all its beauty, seemed determined to kill them. Right now, Mars belongs only to robots, curiosity, perseverance, and Tune 1, untiring, unfeeling workers who need no oxygen, no food, and no warmth. In a few hours, humans would join them, bringing all the inconvenient needs of human life. The mission was clear: build the first sustainable human colony on another world. That meant finding ways to survive without constant resupply from Earth. Power generation, food production, water recycling, waste management, medical care, mental health support, even future reproduction. Everything would have to happen here. Astreus knew the risks. Without enough solar arrays, the colony would freeze. Without greenhouses, they'd run out of food. Without careful psychological support, the crew's minds could unravel under months of isolation. And yet, the cargo hold was packed with everything they could fit: tools, seeds, spare oxygen tanks, and enough scientific equipment to turn a patch of Martian soil into the first outpost of humanity. The stakes were enormous. Succeed, and they'd prove humans could survive beyond Earth's cradle. Fail, and the Red Planet would simply reclaim their empty habitats, covering them in dust until even their outlines vanished. The final sunrise before launch painted the horizon in deep gold and crimson. In the crew quarters, silence clung to the walls. Captain Astreus stood by the narrow observation window, his breath leaving faint circles on the glass. This was Earth, the home they were about to leave behind, perhaps forever. The last days had been an exhausting blur. Final checks, recalculations, endless lists. Every crate was weighed twice. Every tool, every spare part had its place. Food rations were sealed in vacuum packs. Water recyclers were tested again and again. They were carrying their entire survival on their backs, and every extra gram meant more fuel burned. Down in the departure bay, families stood behind reinforced glass. Some smiled, some didn't even try. There were no promises of return, only the hope that this launch would be the one that made history. The ship waited on the launch pad, its steel skin glinting in the morning light. Steam hissed from its fuel lines like the slow exhale of a beast ready to run. The crew strapped in, their suits stiff, the smell of plastic and metal filling their helmets. The countdown began. 3, the vibration built deep in the hull. 2, the sound became a rolling thunder that shook their bones. 1, the engines roared to life, crushing them into their seats as the ship tore itself from the ground. Below, Earth fell away, blue and white swirling into a shrinking marble. But the pressure didn't ease. Gravity clung to them, unwilling to let go. The rocket strained, burning through fuel by the ton just to keep climbing. Minutes later, the trembling gave way to the eerie quiet of space. Straps loosened, and the crew floated in their seats, looking out at the curve of their planet for what might be the last time. But this wasn't a direct flight to Mars. First, they had a stop to make. The Lunar Transfer Station, humanity's first outpost beyond Earth's pull. The journey to the moon was short compared to the trip ahead, but for the crew, it was a delicate dance. They approached the gray horizon of the lunar surface, where sunlight and shadow carved the landscape into sharp relief. The station emerged slowly from the darkness, a ring of metal modules anchored in the silent dust. Inside, they would refuel, check life support, and load the specialized cargo for Mars. The captain knew this place was more than a pit stop. It was the only reason their mission was even possible. Without it, no ship could carry enough fuel and supplies for a full Mars run without collapsing under its own weight. Docking clamps locked into place with a deep metallic thud. For a moment, the crew allowed themselves to relax, their boots clicking against the station's floors as they floated down the narrow corridors. Outside the thin walls, the dead silence of space stretched in every direction. Inside, humanity's fragile lifeline pulsed with the sound of air recyclers and the distant hum of machinery. They were halfway to nowhere, and the real journey hadn't even begun. In the story, Captain Astreus and his crew make it look simple. Stop at the moon, stock up, and push on to Mars. But here's the truth, that moonstop isn't just convenient, it's essential. Launching directly from Earth to Mars, with all the fuel, food, and equipment needed for a full colony, would require ships of unimaginable size and cost. Remember the brutal math? Every extra kilogram requires more fuel. More fuel means more weight, and more weight means even more fuel. That's the endless loop rocket engineers call the tyranny of the rocket equation. By staging from the moon, we dodge part of that problem. The moon's gravity is only about 1/6 of Earth's. That means launching from its surface requires far less fuel. In real life, this could cut costs and make missions possible that would otherwise be absurdly expensive. But here's the catch. Building that lunar base is a challenge equal to, if not greater than, building one on Mars. You'd still need life support, radiation shielding, food production systems. and a reason to keep it running between Mars launches. Right now, in 2024, we don't even have the infrastructure to put a single permanent crew on the moon, let alone an industrial refueling station. For the crew of Astreus, it's a brief pause before the long journey ahead. For us, it is a reminder that even the first step in colonizing Mars is something humanity hasn't yet taken. The lunar transfer station fell away behind us like a silver wreath on black velvet. The docking arms released, springs murmured, and our ship drifted clear with the grace of a slow exhale. I watched the moon shrink in the rear camera until it became a bright coin with a bite taken out of it. Ahead there was only darkness and a single dim ember of red. That ember was where all our maps ended and all our promises began. The busyness of departure collapsed into the quiet of cruise. Space is loud inside and silent outside. Fans hummed, pumps chattered, valves ticked, and somewhere behind a panel, a relay clicked the same click every 7 seconds. We learned our ship by sound the way sailors learn a wooden hull by groans and knocks. If a note went sharp, we noticed. If a rhythm changed, someone floated over with a tool pouch and a frown. The first hours were ballet and nausea. Microgravity does not greet you like a gracious host. It tilts your insides, moves fluid from your legs to your head, and turns your stomach into a question mark. We did the dance everyone does. You unstrap a pouch, it floats away. You reach for a pen, it pirouettes off a knuckle. A spoon drifts in front of your face like a taunt. Velcro becomes your new religion. We stuck everything to everything and still chased packets of salt through the air. By the end of day 2, the crew faces had the classic space look. Puffy around the eyes, legs a little bird-like. The medical officer, Halbrook, handed me a tablet with my baseline metrics. Heart rate fine. Fluid shift obvious. Mild congestion from the headward push of blood. She gave me the familiar warning in her careful voice. The body can adapt, but it keeps a ledger. Every day out here will ask for payment somewhere else. We built a routine because routine is gravity for the mind. Wake cycle at mission time, 0700. Checklists for air composition, cabin pressure, water loop temperatures. Exercise block 1. Resistance machine with elastic columns that pretend to be iron. 90 minutes strapped into a treadmill that tries to convince your bones they still matter. I would clip in, cinch the shoulder harness until it bit, and jog in place while the ship hummed and the condensation beaded on the paneling. The treadmill was a loyal nemesis. It stole skin from my hips and gave calcium back to my femurs. Fair trade. Meals were warm packets and a small miracle of engineering. The flavors were blunt but honest. Tomato stew that tasted like tomato stew. Rice with lentils that tasted like rice with lentils if you did not think about Earth too hard. The botanist, Reyes, smuggled a tiny hydroponic tray the size of a book. She had cleared it of guilt with a line on the manifest that said morale experiment. 3 days in, the tray sprouted a postage stamp of microgreens. We ate them like treasure, every fleck hot with pepper and with a memory of rain. The view out the forward pane did not change, but we pretended it did. I gathered the crew on Sundays to watch Mars. I pointed at a red dot and gave a captain his speech about course correction burns and transfer arcs. They humored me. The truth is that the dot looked the same as it did last week and the week before. But the ritual mattered. We needed a horizon, even a false one. Sleep became work. Circadian rhythms argue with clocks when there is no sunrise to settle the debate. The lights dimmed at night cycle and brightened at morning cycle. But some bodies obeyed, and others staged a quiet mutiny. People slept at odd hours, woke with heavy eyes and short tempers. Carbon dioxide climbed when we forgot to nudge the scrubber settings down in the sleep block. You feel high carbon dioxide as a headache behind the eyes, a weight on the tongue. We learned to notice it before the numbers told us. The ship teaches you to listen to yourself the way you listen to it. 2 weeks out, the first serious scare arrived as a benign sound. A chirp, nothing more, from the hull integrity panel. The proximity radar painted a field of dust too thin to see. One speck found us. The impact was like a tap with a fingernail on a window. The indicator shifted from green to yellow on an outboard cargo blister. We did the drill we had drilled on Earth with gravity and floors and chairs. Seal hatches. Isolate the blister. Check pressure. Do not breathe faster than you need to. The blister bled 1 pascal per minute and then stopped. The Whipple shield had done its job. The speck had exploded into smaller specks before the inner wall, and our ship had shrugged off the insult. The engineer, Oda, floated upside down and nodded once like the ship had passed a personal exam. 3 weeks in, Halbrook noticed what I had tried not to say. The eye charts were a little fuzzier. Letters that were crisp at arm's length now smudged at a handspan farther. She did not dramatize it. Microgravity pushes fluid into the head. The optic nerve sees that pressure like a slow tide. The term back home is SANS. The cure out here is mitigation and luck. We tweaked salt intake, adjusted exercise, checked intracranial pressure with the tools we had. The fine print for Mars says you may lose a little of the world's sharpness on the way there. The ship's calendar turned pages no one could see. Comms delays lengthened just enough to hurt. Early on, Earth felt near. You spoke, you waited a handful of heartbeats. You heard a reply. Then it was minutes. You tell a joke, and the laughter arrives when you have moved on to something else. Crew calls to family shifted from conversations to monologues. You talk to a screen, you smile, you ask questions you will not hear answers to until your next off shift. People adjusted, but the silence in between messages got a little heavier every week. Radiation made itself known the same way a shark does. Not by what you see, but by what you know is there. Dosimeters hung in every corridor. We logged numbers at mealtimes, the way people log blood pressure. Most days the line drifted up like a lazy tide. On day 33, the alarm cut through the ship like a blade. Solar event incoming. We had trained for it in a classroom that smelled like dry erase marker. In practice, it felt different. We moved with steady hands to the storm shelter, the small core wrapped with water tanks and food bricks and anything else with hydrogen. The ship turned its belly toward the sun to give us the thickest path through. We sat shoulder to shoulder while the storm went by as particles, not rain. The dosimeters ticked higher. Someone told the worst joke I have ever heard, and we laughed too hard because laughter is a kind of shielding too. After 6 hours the numbers eased, the all clear chimed, and the ship exhaled. Halbrook added a line to everyone's ledger. Dose noted, memory kept. Maintenance became its own kind of religion. The CO2 scrubber threw a fault on day 40. The swing bed valve hesitated, then refused. CO2 is patient when it kills. It sneaks up in decimals and only becomes a shout when you are already slow. Oda pulled the panel with the economy of a surgeon and found a shard of plastic lodged where it should not have been. We rooted through the backup canister while she cleaned and realigned the valve. Systems came back with a clunk and a soft whoop of air. The cabin felt smarter by one very small lesson. We had our quarrels. They were quiet, but real. The navigator liked the music too loud on her headset and swore it helped her concentrate. The botanist claimed the same square of wall for stretching every morning at the same time and was vexed by intrusion like it was a moral crime. The comms officer talked in his sleep. These are tiny things on Earth and big things up here. We instituted a formal minute of grace before any discussion. You say what annoyed you. You drink water. You say one thing you appreciated this week. It was corny and it worked more often than not. Morale came in small packages. The microgreens put out a second tray and then a third. The aroma turned the galley into a memory of gardens. We found a way to warm tortillas without turning the air into a snow globe of crumbs. Ray's brewed coffee thick enough to be illegal under maritime law. We passed a cup and sipped and closed our eyes. It tasted like earth in the way a song can taste like a summer. By the second month my legs were traitors I forgave. The treadmill harness chafed. My calves refused to be calves. Halbrook did an ultrasound bone check on my tibia that made me wince at the pictures. She nodded and added load to my program. Move more. Eat more protein. Take the pills that stand in for sunlight. I did what she said. We all did. Compliance is courage, reshaped for long journeys. Mid-course correction day arrived with a practical poetry. We floated, we strapped in. We rotated the ship by cold gas thrusters that hissed like cats. The main engine burned just long enough to bend a long arc a little longer. Numbers lined up. The red dot was still a dot, but the math said we would meet it where it would be, not where it was. That is the trick of interplanetary flight and of most promises in life. A week later, the water recycler coughed at us. Membrane pressure trending high. Taste trending wrong. If you do not know the taste of your own ship's water, you will on a Mars run. We ran the flush procedure, swapped a filter we had hoped to save for later, and watched the graph slope back toward acceptable. We added a note to the manifest of some future mission. Bring more membranes than your budget allows. The future crew will thank you by not thinking of you at all, which is the kindest thanks. We tried a movie night. The screen floated against a wall with magnets we had scavenged from a dead fan. The film was old and earnest and full of gravity. Halfway through, someone paused it because the comms pinned with an Earth packet. A child's voice, recorded 20 minutes earlier our time and 8 minutes earlier their time, asked Halbrook if her spaceship had a dog. She answered the way you answer when you love someone you cannot touch. Not yet. Maybe one day. We went back to the movie, and then we did not. We drifted into the ship as night and listened to the fans and the breathing of people who were close enough to touch and very far away. On day 69, Mars grew larger enough to be a thing with a shape and not just a point. You could see the disk, a faint coin in a vault, if you turned the lights low and the angle right. We all gathered in the forward bay and watched in a silence that was different from all our other silences. The engineer broke it with a practical note. We will start rehearsing entry procedures tomorrow. No one groaned. Work is hope with a checklist. The next morning, we found frost on a window seam. It was harmless. A cold bridge where condensation had chosen to bloom, but it looked like Earth had left fingerprints on our ship. I pressed my gloved hand to the pane and imagined the opposite view. A planet pressing its face to the glass to watch its children leave. We kept going. We did not do it bravely every day. Some days we did it grudgingly, and some days with a joke that deserved groans. But forward is a practice you get good at by doing it when you do not feel like it. We took stock at 90 days, and the ledgers were honest. Weight down a little. Muscle up a little from the exercise grind. Vision not worse. Mood steady with some weather. Systems nominal with a list of quirks that made us fond of our machine, the way you are fond of an old car that only starts if you jiggle the key. We were halfway to a place that does not welcome us. We were, by any fair measure, succeeding. The ship's camera showed Mars as a rusty coin now, clouds faint and white over the auras of canyons we would soon be too tired to admire. We ate microgreens with dinner that night, and they tasted like victory. Small and peppery and green enough to make us shut our eyes. Let's step out of the cockpit for a moment. Here is what this leg of the mission would demand with the technology we have today. Long-duration flight asks the human body to become something it did not evolve to be, and the invoice arrives in pieces. Without weight-bearing, muscles atrophy and bones leach calcium month after month. Even disciplined exercise only slows the loss. You arrive at Mars weaker than you left and must walk into a gravity that can punish a brittle ankle or a fragile hip. That is survivable on Earth. On Mars, it can end the mission. Fluids shift upward and press on the eyes and the brain. Spaceflight-associated changes to vision are common. Some are permanent. On a Mars run, there is no new prescription, only mitigation and hope. Radiation is the slow bullet. The magnetic cocoon of Earth is gone. Out here, crews soak in high-energy particles day after day. A single solar storm can deliver a dose you will remember in your bones. Galactic rays chip at DNA and neurons with patience. Heavier shielding helps, but costs mass, and mass costs fuel and money. Every kilogram of protection is a kilogram not spent on food, spares, or science. That trade defines the vehicle. The vacuum is neutral, but unforgiving. Micrometeoroids are dust at handgun speeds. Good shields turn them to harmless clouds. A bad angle or unlucky pebble becomes a leak you notice first, as a dry mouth and a headache. You carry patch kits and practice the drill. You hope you never use it for real. Life support is many systems whispering together. Air scrubbers, oxygen generators, water recyclers, thermal control. Each has pumps and valves and filters, and each has a failure mode. Redundancy saves you until it does not. Every backup weighs something, and every kilogram rode fire out of Earth's gravity well. You never have as many spares as you wish. You have enough to argue with bad luck, and you hope luck listens. The mind needs novelty and sunlight and living things that do not need batteries. Remove those and irritability rises, sleep fragments, small frictions grow sharp. Countermeasures help. Structured days. Shared rituals. Privacy you protect on purpose. A tray of peppery leaves to remind the tongue of rain. Still, the cost remains and must be paid. Communication becomes letter writing. Advice from Earth arrives minutes late. No rescue ship is idling nearby. If a person breaks, you help them with the tools you brought. If a system breaks, you fix it with the parts you packed. Rescue, as we use the word at home, does not exist between worlds. Now back on board with Captain Astreus. Ahead is a world that will ask for more. Gravity you have not felt in months. Air so thin it might as well not be there. cold that crawls through metal, dust as fine as talc and as abrasive as ground glass. The ship is still a warm hallway in a dark neighborhood. Soon the crew will have to step outside, and we will go with them. Mars filled the window like a rusted coin you could almost touch. We had watched it grow from a pinprick to a disk, from a disk to a world with weather and scars. Now the canyons showed their long wounds when the sun caught them, and the polar cap flashed a white glare like an eye. The crew stopped pretending not to stare. Even the engineer, who only believed in things with serial numbers, floated to the glass and was quiet. We did not arrive gently. The orbital insertion burn began with the familiar shove of acceleration that put a hand on your chest and kept it there. The main engine ate propellant and paid us back in heat and math. Numbers scrolled. Attitude thrusters hissed and nudged our nose until we held the line the flight computer loved best. The ship trembled the way a bow trembles when an arrow is almost free. Then the engine cut. Silence returned, the kind that is not silence at all, but the stacked hum of fans and pumps and recycled breath. The numbers agreed with each other. We had a path, a long ellipse that would skim the high air and then swing us out and back and out again. Each pass would bleed speed. Each kiss of atmosphere would take a little from us and give it to the thin, cold air. Thin. That is a kind word for Martian atmosphere. I have breathed thicker air inside a suit leak test. You can see the sky and forget it is mostly carbon dioxide, dry and sparse. But our heat shield did not forget. On the first dipping pass, the skin temperature lit up the board and the cabin smelled faintly of hot metal. The crew watched the numbers like they were listening to a heartbeat. We took 3 passes. On the 4th, we were ready. The landing craft separated with a cough and a kick. The vibration changed, sharper and nearer, as if we had stepped from a ship's deck onto a skiff. In my headset, I could hear 6 breaths and the clipped callouts of the guidance computer, a voice we had chosen to be optimistic and precise. The window showed a river of dust carved into stone that had not known rain in 1 billion years. Entry. The hull began to sing. You do not expect that the first time, the way hypersonic air finds a frequency and plays your ship like an instrument. Heat spiked and then steadied. A red glow climbed the edge of the window like a sunrise that only loved glass. The parachute deployed when we were still moving faster than sound. On Earth, a parachute that size would have yanked us backward. On Mars, it barely cared. The canopy snapped open, strained, and gave us a little mercy. The rest we bought with fire. Engines lit in a tight circle beneath us, and the ceiling of dust below rippled like a drumhead. The landing radar hunted for truth through a fog of grit. The world came up slowly, and then all at once, a flat plain salted with rocks that looked small from a kilometer and rude from 30 meters. The guidance computer coughed a suggestion. I took the stick, because humans like to be the last mistake. We drifted 5 meters to avoid a rock that would have broken a leg we could not spare. The feet touched. 1, 2, 3, 4. The ship settled. The dust climbed and wrapped us like a storm made of flour. For a long minute, there was only noise and static. Then the cloud fell away, and we were sitting on another planet. No one spoke. We all had something to say, and none of it fit into words. I unlatched and pushed from the seat, legs clumsy after months of no weight. We had rehearsed the first hour so often that our bodies moved through it without asking permission from our heads. Power to surface mode. Tanks vented, radiators out. Suit checks. The engineer tapped a panel with exactly the same rhythm she had tapped it in Houston, in a room that smelled of coffee and carpet. Here it smelled of warmed plastic and dust. The first step is a private moment done in public. The ladder was shorter than the one in the posters, because our ship was practical, not myth. My boots met the rung below, and then the next, and then the next. Slow, because my inner ear did not trust gravity yet. Mars' gravity is a third of Earth's. It is enough to pull you down, and not enough to hold you together. You feel light and heavy at once. Your bones say, careful. Your heart says, go. Boot on soil. The ground gave a little, and then didn't give at all. The dust was fine and dry, like talc, and it clung to everything with a quiet hunger. I took a breath I did not need, because my suit was doing the breathing for me, and I took a step. The crew followed. We stood in a small circle of humans, surrounded by a world that had no use for us. We did not plant a flag. We unrolled cables. The site was as we had left it months ago by robot hand. Power pallets under covers an inflatable habitat stacked. Like pastry, a small reactor crate that looked like a suitcase if you had never lifted a suitcase that could light a town. The Prelander had done its job with the bland competence of machines. Now it was our turn to be competent and a little less bland. Inflation of the main habitat sounded like rain in a world that does not remember rain. Fabrics snapped and stretched. Seams found their lines. The air compressors thunked and hummed as we brought the inside up to the pressure we love best. The doorway iris winked open, and we ducked inside. The interior lights came up in a soft glow, warmer than the ship, the color of a kitchen awake too early. We bolted floor grids to anchor furniture and ourselves. We stood the water tanks against the walls, because water does double duty as radiation shielding. We slid air scrubbers into their racks and watched the numbers step from cautious to friendly. The botanist made a sound I had not heard in months when the greenhouse module powered and the pumps whispered. Clear tubes ran in neat rows, waiting for roots. Outside, the engineer unfolded solar panels the size of whale ribs, each one complaining in the wind that was not wind, but moving thin air. I could hear dust ticking against housings, though, my suit microphone like soft static. The little reactor woke with a patience I envied, brought up to power in stages while we checked temperatures and neutron counts, the way you check the heartbeat of a new foal. By the third hour, we were alive in two places. The ship still warm above us. The habitat smaller than any apartment I had ever lived in and big enough to hold hope. We had not slept since orbit. We kept working because stopping felt like admitting something we could not afford to admit. The first stumble came from pride. I tried to lift a crate the way I would on Earth, and nearly tossed it over my head. 1/3 gravity forgives you until it doesn't. Halbrook caught my arm, and I pretended the move was graceful. She did not mention the tremor that ran through my legs when I stood still too long. Orthostatic intolerance is a back alley name for a simple fact. After months without gravity pushing blood to your feet, standing can make you dizzy and stupid. We moved slower after that. Suits scratched at wrists and knees where dust had already found a way through joints that were supposed to be dustproof. Dust is not just dust here. It is ground glass, electrostatically clingy, and delighted by seals. It tried to ride our boots into the habitat like a cat that wants to see the world you say is off limits. We built a ritual at the door, brushed and air jetted and cursed, and still the floor glittered red under the lights. When night fell, it was not dark the way Earth night is dark. The sky went the color of old wine, and the stars showed like needles. The cold pressed through metal and fabric until heaters caught up. We had heat. We had light. We had air we could breathe and water that had been someone's breath an hour ago and would be someone's tea in the morning. We had gravity that made us feel like heroes until we tried to kneel and our knees argued. The comms delays stretched like taffy. We reported status. We waited. Earth applauded from the past. We answered from the future. Then we took our helmets off in a room we had inflated on a planet that wanted none of this and tasted the air. It tasted like clean laundry and machines, and we loved it. We ate the first meal on Mars out of pouches, elbows bumping, faces raw with fatigue. Reyes slid a tray of seedlings into their laying and grinned like a thief. The engineer put a hand on the reactor panel and murmured the way a farmer pats a new tractor. Halbrook taped her eye charts to the wall beside the galley. The navigator unrolled a map she had made on the flight and pinned it above the hatch. A sketch of the world outside we would not be ready to walk for days. Later, after the checklists and the cameras and the messages to families, who would see our faces in the morning and cry for reasons that were not all joy, I lay in the narrow bunk and felt Mars in my bones. You can feel a third of a world pressing you to a mattress if you have missed weight for long enough. It was like wearing a familiar coat you had outgrown and put on anyway. I slept and dreamed of stairs and rivers and a gravity that forgave you for standing up too fast. The morning after landing, the trouble came on time. The wind picked up. We had looked at the forecast like farmers look at the sky. The models had said a front of dust would pass with indifference. It did not pass. It arrived and stayed. The panels dimmed under a film of red. We watched the power curve slide and then slide again. We had margin. Then we had less margin. We suited up, stepped out, and met the dust. It is not whine the way you know wind, but it pushes at you like a crowd. We brushed the panels, and they grew new coats while we worked. We switched the habitat to diet mode, lights low, fans slow, heaters efficient and mean. The reactor shouldered the load the way old machines do, without boasting. The greenhouse pumps continued to whisper. We had power. We did not have comfort. That was fine. You do not come to Mars for comfort. Let me pause us here, boots in the dust, faces gritty, hands on the systems that are keeping us breathing. Let us look at what making this first landing demand from the real world we live in today. All right. Here is what it takes to arrive and stand upright on Mars, not in a story, but with the tools we have right now. Mars has an atmosphere that is a fraction of Earth's. It is thick enough to burn your heat shield and thin enough to make parachutes only partly useful. That means heavy ships must finish the job with engines, firing hard while descending through dust that confuses radar and chokes sensors. We have landed cars this way. Landing the massive habitats, reactors, greenhouses, and supplies for a crew pushes the technique to a scale we have not yet demonstrated. If the cargo downslope by a few kilometers, your first week becomes a rescue on foot in suits that hate dust and a climate that punishes mistakes. When the crew steps out after months in weightlessness, they are stepping into 1/3 gravity with bodies that have forgotten how to stand. Dizziness, low blood pressure, and weakness are normal, even for experienced astronauts after far shorter trips. On Mars, a stumble can tear a suit seal or twist a knee at the wrong moment. You train and you mitigate, and you still accept that your first week is a week of clumsy heroics. The cold is a quiet adversary. Average temperatures hover far below freezing. Night can drop to numbers you associate with laboratory freezers. Heaters keep you alive. Heaters need power. Power on Mars is a two-front war. Solar panels give you plenty on clear days, and far less when dust storms roll in and lay a film of red on everything. Nuclear systems are steady, but bring their own engineering, political, and logistics costs. Redundancy is not a luxury. It is the minimum. Those backups all weigh something. Every kilogram had to escape Earth first. Dust is not dirt. It is fine and electrostatic and abrasive. It creeps into suit joints, erodes seals, and sticks to filters. It dulls solar cells and scratches viewports. Every airlock becomes a wrestling match with grit. Every hinge becomes a future problem. Cleaning is not a chore. It is a daily system. Air is a system you carry inside. The local air will not help you. It is mostly carbon dioxide at a pressure so low it might as well be an idea. Inside the habitat, oxygen must be generated or brought. Carbon dioxide must be scrubbed. Humidity must be controlled. And leaks must be hunted like mice. A pinhole can be a story you tell later. A scene that lifts under thermal cycling can be a headline. Water is heavy to bring and expensive to make. Yes, there is ice on Mars. Getting it means digging or drilling in a suit in cold that makes metals lie about their size. Then there is the chemistry and the power to melt, purify, and store it. Every liter you drink is a liter you must protect from dust and leaks and bad valves. Recycling is not a green idea. It is survival. Food tastes like home and functions like medicine. Growing it requires light, water, nutrients, careful control of microbes, and patience. The soil outside contains perchlorates and other chemicals you do not want in your body. You farm in clean trays and closed loops, and accept that one stray spore can ruin more than your day. Radiation does not forget you because you landed. Mars has no global magnet to tuck under, and the atmosphere is too thin to care much. You shelter behind water tanks. Behind soil you shovel into walls. Behind systems you hope do not break when you need them most. The doses are lower than in deep space. They are not low. Navigation and communication take their time. When you call home, the reply walks back toward you over minutes. If you need help with a problem you did not bring a manual for, you will wait while Earth thinks, and then wait while Earth answers. If you need a part you did not pack, you do not get it. Finally, the dust storms. They can last for weeks, and they can wrap the planet. Sometimes they are local and rude. Sometimes they are global and patient. Your designs must assume both. Power budgets must assume both. Crew morale plans must assume both. Back to the crew. The storm eased on the second night and came back on the third, as if it had remembered something it meant to say. We learned the rhythm of brushing panels and switching loads and saying please to machines in voices we pretended were jokes. We found the trick of knocking dust from suit bearings without grinding it deeper. We taped a list by the hatch that said, "Do this before that," and beneath it someone wrote in small letters, "And be kind." On the fifth morning the sky lifted a little, a shade closer to the tired blue you see in some photographs. The panels brightened. The reactor sighed and let them take the lead. We opened the greenhouse curtain, and the leaves inside looked greener than you would think possible on a world that has never loved green. Reyes harvested a pinch and crumbled it over dinner, and we all closed our eyes and pretended we could taste rivers. We slept well that night. Tomorrow we would start the long work that feels like small work when you are doing it. Building redundancy, burying lines, filling sandbags with dust that does not want to be a wall and stacking them anyway. Teaching the habitat to be a house and the house to be a town square. Teaching our legs to be legs again. Out in the dark, the planet turned, as patient and indifferent as it had been for ages without us. Inside our thin walls, the air was warm and smelled faintly of plastic and pepper. We were not welcome here. We were present anyway. And presence, I was learning, is its own kind of defiance. Morning on Mars is a slow rehearsal. The sun climbs as if it is not fully convinced of the idea, and the light that slips under the habitat blinds is the color of watered tea. I wake before the chime and listen to the machines breathe. Fans describing circles, pumps humming their small songs, heaters taking polite turns. If the orchestra sounds the same as it did last night, I allow myself the first happy thought of the day. We are still here. The daily board glows in the galley. Power in, power out, battery state, reactor temperature, greenhouse loop pressures, CO2 levels in air. The kind of list that would make a poet sad and keep a crew alive. Oda and I split the checks by habit. She takes anything with a motor. I take anything with a valve. Reyes is already in the greenhouse. She moves like a priest in a chapel, hands careful, voice low, as if the little leaves can hear. We named the days out of superstition. Sol 1 was landing day. Sol 2 was water day. Sol 3 was power day. By Sol 20, names lost their meaning, and we called them all work day. The rhythm is simple and complete. Wake, check the air, check the water, eat, suit up, walk the yard, brush dust from panels and bearings, inspect the reactor housing and the radiator slats for the red fur that steals heat, check cable runs for abrasion, return, strip dust from suits, eat, exercise, fix the thing that decided it would like to be interesting today. Talk to Earth on a delay that stretches like warm taffy. Eat again. Sleep if the fans permit. 1/3 gravity is a trickster. The first week your body feels like it is wearing a secret. Steps are springy. Boxes lift too easily, and then suddenly not at all, because mass still remembers what it is. Then the soreness comes. Calves that forgot how to be calves in space are asked to be springs again. Knees complain in a language you learn to translate. We fall less often as the days step past. We still fall because Mars enjoys a joke. Dust is a floor that moves. Pebbles pretend to be anchors until you trust them. By Sol 11, we begin the work that feels like building a den under a table as a child. Pile regolith against the habitat walls for shielding. The soil is fine as flour and sharp as ground glass. It clings to buckets and laughs at brooms. We fill bags and stack them like bricks around sleeping quarters and the galley. Reyes measures dose inside with a handheld meter and smiles when the numbers step down. We argue about sandbag pattern like people arguing about art. It matters and it does not, and still we care. Water is a full-time occupation. The tank levels are a comfort and a threat. Our recycler turns breath and sweat and dishwater into tomorrow's tea. It does not make enough for a town. We need ice. The Prelander put an auger 200 meters east, where radar said the ground is old snow. We suit, step out, and learn the rhythm of the drill. Start slow. Listen for chatter. Watch the chip color. Red is trouble. White is hope. When the auger brings up a slurry that smokes in the cold, we cheer like children. We tip it into a thermal barrel that resents the task and feed it power until it becomes water, which we love more than anything that does not talk back. The air is a conversation we never stop having. Inside, oxygen climbs and falls as we work and sleep. CO2 rises when we cluster in the galley and falls when we spread out. The scrubbers do their quiet work. The oxygen generator hums its steady hymn. In the workshop, a device the size of a suitcase drinks a little Martian air and coughs a little oxygen. The engineers back on Earth named it with a modest acronym. We call it our show-off. It reminds us that the atmosphere outside can be persuaded to share if you are patient and have power to burn. Power is the math we live by. On clear days, the solar field gives us more than we ask, and the batteries grin. On dusty days, we lean on the reactor, and the reactor does not brag. We added 2 more strings of panels on Sol 26 and watched the meter climb. On Sol 27, a gust wrapped them in a thin red coat, and the meter fell back like a disappointed parent. We invented a new brush dance that keeps dust off without grinding it in. The dance looks silly. The numbers care. Exercise is not a suggestion. The treadmill straps chew at hips and shoulders. The bike makes your thighs bleed. The resistance machine pretends to be gravity and does a passable job. We make a small ceremony of it: music, headphones, a printed postcard taped to a wall. I brought a picture of a stairwell in my old apartment building. I look at it while I run and imagine the weight of a grocery bag in my hand. Halbrook scans our bones every 2 weeks with the portable ultrasound. She speaks in the calm tone of a flight attendant whose plane has flown through turbulence before. "We are holding ground," she says. "Keep running." Suits are now our second skins. They learn us as we learn them. Wrist seals scratch, knee joints whine. Bearings pick up dust like magnets pick up paper clips. We built a brushing station that looks like a car wash designed by monks. You stand, you turn, you are baptized in air and patience. Still the dust comes in. It stows away on socks and in hair and under fingernails. We sweep and mop and wipe filters the way families do dishes after holiday meals. We make a town out of 3 rooms and a yard. The workshop gets its own smell, metal and oil and a hint of ozone. The galley becomes the place where jokes are safe. The sleeping pods are doors we close without apology. The airlock is the front porch where we sit in suits without helmets and look at the world through glass while we wait for pressure to settle. We give things names because named things behave. The good kettle, the lucky wrench, the panel that lies. By Sol 34, we have a route to the ice auger that our boots can walk with eyes half closed. By Sol 35, we force ourselves not to trust that comfort. The ground is honest until it isn't. A small crack in a hose turns into a big problem when the temperature drops at dusk. Oda tapes it for the night and replaces the run in the morning. She labels the bad length and puts it in the shame bin. We will cut it into shorter lines later. Nothing dies here. Everything reincarnates as something less important. On Sol 40, the greenhouse turns into a true room. The leaves are not just green, they are leaf-shaped. The air inside smells like after a storm on Earth. Reyes cries and does not apologize. She explains photosynthesis to us as if we have never heard of it. In a way, we have not. It is one thing to pass a test on a planet that doesn't need your help to make oxygen. It is another to watch a plant do math with light and say thank you to a lamp that runs on a reactor that runs on a crate that rode fire out of Earth's sky. We test a small patch of regolith in a box with water and a borrowed microbe. It foams a little and tells us what we knew. Perchlorates, things you do not want in your salad. We agree again to keep food in trays and tubes and not be heroes. Maybe one day we will wash the soil with water and patience. Today, we wash our hands. We learn what a Martian cough sounds like. Dry and short and alarming until it stops. The humidity fights us and we fight back. We move air. We adjust set points. We drink more water than we want. Halbrook keeps a ledger of symptoms that are not yet problems and treats them like they already are. The first medical scare is small and big. The navigator slips on the yard and lands hard on a wrist. The X-ray plate glows in the workshop. A hairline. Not the worst, not nothing. Splint and pain control, and the quiet knowledge that there is no hospital and no medevac. Only this room and our hands and the manual. We make tea too strong and tell stories in the galley while she sleeps. After Sol 50, the weather reminds us that it does not care about our schedules. A front of dust arrives without ceremony. The sky turns to an old bruise. Power models are rewritten. We switch to strict ration mode without argument. The greenhouse keeps its light. The habitat gives up anything that is not essential. We learn that darkness makes even good jokes sound thin. We learn that people can be kind on purpose for days at a time. The storm loosens its grip on Sol 59. We emerge the way people come outside after a blizzard. Everything is the same and not the same. Sand has drifted in shapes that pretend to be waves. Cables have new curves. A cover we thought was secure has decided freedom is a better life. We fetch it, clean it, forgive it. The panels need brushing that feels like scraping paint. We do it and hum a song out of tune and call it work. We start building redundancy because nobody sleeps well without it. We run a second cable route in a different trench so that one cut will not make us beg. We bury a backup oxygen tank under the workshop floor like pirates hide a chest. We print small plastic fittings on a printer that sighs and smells like hot sugar. We cast test bricks from regolith and sulfur in a mold we made from scrap. The first one cracks. The second one cracks less. We keep going because that is what you do. By Sol 70, we have a schedule for going outside that feels like the tide. Morning check and yard sweep. Midday run to the auger. Late day inspection. We concentrate our work while the light gives what it can and save interior tasks for the long afternoon that calls itself night. The dust teaches us that the word clean has a new meaning here. Clean is safe to breathe. Clean is kind to bearings. Clean is a direction, not a destination. We discover that laughter and grief use the same muscles. A package from Earth arrives on Sol 80, 2 with spare seals and new filters, and 6 letters printed on paper that smells like the ship that carried them. One is a child's drawing of our habitat with a tree next to it. The tree is taller than the dome and full of apples. We tape it above the galley and promise it that one day it will be true in some way that counts. On Sol 90, we test the rover beyond the yard. The motor hum is a new song. The wheels write a quiet poem in the dust, and the poem stays. We crest a rise that looks small from the habitat and find a plane that makes the word distance feel honest. We set a waypoint with a laugh. The planet does not notice. At night in my bunk, I count the systems between me and the sky. Fabric, air, filter, fan, sensor, pump, valve, wire, code, reactor, panel, battery. The chain is long and strong, and it worries me anyway. I place my hand on the wall and feel the heater turn on and then off. I sleep, hold the scene right there. The crew moving through their first 100 saws, the yard, the drill, the leaves, the dust. Now step behind the glass with me for a moment. Let us talk about what it would take to do this with the world we live in today. Here is the ground truth behind that progress. Self-sufficiency is not a slogan. It is a stack of technologies that all have to work at once. Energy comes first. Solar power on Mars can work well on clear days, but the sun is weaker here and dust cuts output. Panels foul and need constant cleaning. Global storms can dim the sky for weeks. Nuclear systems can provide steady power, but they are heavy, politically complex, and require supply chains, and handling most missions have never attempted at scale. A real outpost needs both and ways to shift loads when the sky decides to say no. Air is an industrial process you do in a living room. Oxygen must be generated and stored. Carbon dioxide must be scrubbed. Humidity must be controlled. Every step needs electricity and redundancy. Experiments have proven that we can split Martian air into oxygen in small amounts. Scaling that up safely, reliably, and for years is not something we have done yet. Water is both life and shield and weight. Recycling is mandatory and messy. Membranes foul. Pumps fail. Bacteria grow where you wish they would not. Extracting ice is possible where ice is close to the surface, but drills jam. Bits snap. Heaters suck power. Tanks leak. Every kilogram of water you melt has to be kept clean while everything around you is dust. Food is not a garden. It is an engineering project that dislikes shortcuts. Plants need light, water, nutrients, and tight control of microbes. Mars soil is full of perchlorates and other chemicals that must be removed before it is safe. That takes time, water, and equipment. Hydroponics and LEDs work. They also draw serious power, create heat you have to move, and demand a steady stream of nutrients that you must either bring or make. Closed-loop life support that feeds humans from plants and recycles. Waste back into nutrients is an active research field on Earth. It is not turnkey, and it is not robust enough yet for a settlement far from help. Healthcare is whatever you can carry and know how to use. A sprain is a problem. A broken wrist is a mission event. Appendicitis is a crisis. Surgery in a small habitat is possible in theory. In practice, it needs sterile environments, trained hands, anesthesia, blood, recovery time, and luck. Telemedicine cannot put a hand inside a person. Evacuation is not an option. Mental health is a system. Communities need privacy, purpose, novelty, and rituals that feel like home. The first 100 sols will challenge all of that. The crew will be tired. The light will be wrong. The air will smell like machines. The outside will be beautiful and closed. We can design calendars and build traditions and grow trays of peppery leaves. We cannot change the fact that the nearest tree is a picture taped on a wall. Maintenance is the quiet tyrant. Dust erodes seals. Bearings grind. viewports scratch, filters clog. You will spend a lot of your day cleaning and inspecting, and you will never be done. Every spare part you use is one you do not have later. Some things you can print, plastic fittings, simple shapes. You cannot print a flight computer. You cannot print a high-pressure oxygen valve or a radiation-hardened sensor to the standards a human life deserves without a factory that is its own mission. Logistics is a calendar and a budget that rarely forgive mistakes. Large landing payloads must arrive on target and undamaged. Miss the site by a handful of kilometers, and you have a walking problem in thin air and cold suits. Miss a launch window, and you wait. Miss a critical spare, and you ration your bravery until the next shipment that is many months and many millions of dollars away. Reproduction is the deepest question of all, and the one we are least ready to answer. We do not know what long exposure to radiation and partial gravity means for pregnancy or for developing children. We do not know what Mars dust will do to lungs that are still learning. A settlement that dreams of growing a generation needs answers we do not have yet, and ethics strong enough to say not yet. This is the part where it is tempting to say that daring will solve it. Daring is a spark. Systems are the fire. Today, in the real world, Mars is still occupied by robots. Rovers and landers do not need dinner or sleep or hope. They do not grieve. They do not quit. When we picture crews doing what our machines do now, we must also picture the power they will need the air. They will breathe the water. They will recycle the waste. They will manage the medicine they will practice and the loneliness they will carry. Back inside the habitat with Captain Estrellas. On Sol 101, we marked our calendar with a pencil line above the galley. Reyes pressed a leaf between 2 pages of the maintenance log, like a teenager saving a flower. The engineer tightened a panel that had never quite learned manners. Halbrook updated the bone scans and made everyone clap for themselves. It felt silly and correct. Outside, the planet turned the way it has always turned. Inside, a group of tired people ate soup that tasted better than it deserved to, and passed a cup of coffee that would scandalize any barista with pride. We talked about the work we had already done as if it had been done by strangers we admired. Then we did the dishes and set the alarms and switched the lights to night. We were no closer to calling this place home. We were a little better at not being its guests. The next soul would ask for the same things as the last one: attention, patience, kindness, wrenches, and a plan for the day. The power drops and does not come back fast enough. Morning came thin and pink, the sun low and lazy, the kind of light that makes every shadow look older than it is. The habitat woke with it. Fans breved, pumps murmured. The reactor panel showed its steady green, the same gentle confidence as yesterday. If a single digit on that board ever turned stubborn, all of us would feel it in the chest before we saw it with our eyes. We had decided the next 20 sols would belong to the triangle that keeps humans alive anywhere: power, air, water. If any corner bends, the shape collapses. We drew it on the galley wall with a wax crayon, like it was a classroom lesson. Reyes added a small leaf to the center and wrote the word grace. The engineer said grace was not an engineering term. Reyes said that was the problem. Outside, the yard wore last night's wind like a coat. Dunes had moved half a meter and pretended to have always been that way. We brushed panel rows with our new dance that makes us look like very serious people sweeping a stage before a play. The power numbers climbed, then dipped, then settled like a heartbeat, finding a calm after a run. The reactor took the difference without comment. I have never loved a machine like I love a machine that does not boast. We began the day with air. Inside the workshop, the oxygen stack sang its soft tune. One unit pulled oxygen from bottled Martian air and filled a small cylinder at a pace that would embarrass a bicycle pump. Another split recycled water and made a whisper of hydrogen we fed to the Sabatier unit, which made a whisper of methane we stored as if it were gold. None of it was much. All of it was something. We decided to push the set point on the concentrator 5% higher. Oda read the manual we had already memorized and nodded once. We stepped back and let the unit try to be a little braver. In the greenhouse, condensation dotted the acrylic like pearls. Leaves had learned the habit of mourning. They turned to the LEDs and looked pleased. Reyes bent to talk to them, the way farmers talk to weather they cannot change. She showed us a pale fuzz near a joint on a tomato start and frowned. Fungus, not much. Enough. We pulled the tray like you pull a bandage, quick and sorry. In a closed loop, victory is ordinary and loss is fast. We cleaned the bay with a seriousness that felt like prayer and put the tray in quarantine. The room smelled like alcohol and mint and wet plastic. By noon, the new air filters had arrived from inside our storage, and the greenhouse was a good room again. Water was next. The auger had hit a stubborn layer yesterday. The slurry came up pink instead of white, like old salt that had been ashamed to be salt and tried to be something else. We suspected brine. Brine is water with history and opinions. It takes more power to melt and more patience to purify. We wheeled the barrel into the workshop where the heaters could be polite and slow. Halbrook adjusted the settings on the purifier, while Oda rerouted the waistline. The concentrate looked like rust soup and smelled faintly metallic even through the mask. The clean side dripped clear and small and perfect into the tank. We stood around and watched it like people watching bread rise. By afternoon, the sun had climbed as high as it gets here, which is not very high, and the air outside had warmed to a number you could say out loud without swearing. We took the rover to the long ridge. The motor hum through the frame is a sound I could learn to love. From the top, we could see the site like a child's drawing. Habitat like a white beetle. Panels like blue fish scales. Cables like rivers. The reactor housing a dark cube that looks like a secret. Farther out, the auger mast and the small weather pole that spins for no one. Beyond that, the plane runs until it forgets to stop. We placed a set of small reflectors on the ridge and aimed them like mirrors toward the panels. It was a silly experiment. They gave us watts that would not pay for the ride it took to set them. The engineer looked at me with a raised eyebrow. I shrugged. Sometimes you do a thing to teach your hands the shape of problem solving so that when the real problem arrives, your fingers already know what to do. On the way back, a dust devil marched across the yard with the dignity of a slow parade. It slid between rows of panels and tried to lift a cover that had been bored for a week. I took a photo because I am not immune to wonder. Oda swore because covers should not be bored. Both reactions felt correct. In the late shift, the air scrubber threw a small tantrum. The swing bed refused to swing. CO2 rose by a decimal that made the numbers look louder than they were. We moved as one. Oda pulled the access panel with the speed of a person who has opened a door, so often they could do it in the dark. Halbrook walked the cabin with a handheld meter, and her voice stayed calm. Reyes set the greenhouse to low respiration mode so that our plants would not argue with us for oxygen. We needed more. I rerouted the airflow and cycled the bed manually. The actuator complained, then complied. The graph bent back toward polite. Our shoulders dropped at the same time, and we laughed quietly, because that is what bodies do when the world decides to be normal again. We ate late. Lentils again. Hot is a flavor, and so is tired. I told the crew about ladders on Earth that I had loved, and Oda told a story about a bicycle that only worked when you sang to it. And Reyes said she did not believe in bicycles that require songs. We were happy for 8 minutes and 40 seconds, and then the comms light blinked. Messages from Earth come like rain in a desert. You do not sip. You hold your mouth to the sky and drink. There were notes from families and a list of updates from mission control and a recommendation that we shift our power budget because a large regional dust event might graze us in 2 sols. We adjusted. We always adjust. I walked the yard after nightfall with my helmet lights dimmed. The panels whispered in the thin air. The horizon held a smear of glow where dust met starlight. I could feel the habitat's small warmth in my boots through the ground, the way you can feel a house at night when you press your hand to the floorboards and listen for the hum. I knelt and let the gravity push my knees, and it felt like a truth I could live with. Step out of the story for a moment. Let me tell you plainly what this part of the mission would demand in the real world today. Keeping humans alive on Mars is an energy problem first. The sunlight here is weaker than at Earth, and the sky is often dirty. Solar arrays can provide useful power, but they foul constantly, and their output can collapse during storms. Cleaning them costs time and air and risk. Batteries lose performance in cold and require careful thermal management. Fuel cells work well, but need reactants you must bring or make. A fission reactor can run steadily without asking the weather for permission, but it is heavy to launch, politically complicated to field, and unforgiving of sloppy engineering. A real outpost will need at least 2 independent power sources and the ability to shift loads when one wobbles. Air is not a tank you fill once. It is a factory you run every hour of every day. Oxygen generation, carbon dioxide scrubbing, humidity control. You need redundancy for each stage, and every redundancy weighs something. Experiments have shown that we can make oxygen from the carbon dioxide outside, but scaling that from a demonstration to a settlement-level system is a long walk. Filters clog. Valves stick. Sensors drift. If your parts list is wrong by one fitting you cannot easily print, you may discover the difference between a minor annoyance and a slow emergency. Water is not a faucet. It is an ecosystem. Recycling takes membranes, pumps, precise temperatures, and a microbiology you manage on purpose. Extracting ice is practical in some places, but the water you get can be salty and full of things you must remove. Melting and cleaning, it takes power you will wish you could spend elsewhere. Every liter that gets past, all that is a prize. You will protect it like treasure. Greenhouses feed morale before they feed people. Plants will grow under LEDs and in nutrient films. They will also grow fungus if your air is wrong by a whisper. The soil outside is not a friend. It carries chemicals that do not belong in your body. You will farm in clean trays and closed loops, and you will babysit them for years. The first fresh salad on Mars will taste like a holiday in your mouth. It will not make you independent. Dust is not scenery. It is the quiet antagonist in every system. It will coat your panels, grind your suit bearings, scratch your visor, and hide in your filters. It can charge itself and jump to surfaces. It will try to ride your boots into the habitat every time you cycle the door. You will spend hours each week simply undoing what the planet does without effort. All of this means labor. Crews will devote much of their time to cleaning, maintaining, and adjusting life support. The beautiful science you imagine will fit into the gaps between chores. If you dream of a settlement where people paint and write and build, the power and maintenance burden must fall dramatically from where it would be today. That will take new designs, new materials, and a lot of patience. Now back with the crew. The next soul began with a cough from the weather mast and a line on the power board that drooped like a tired branch. The storm arrived on schedule, like a guest who knocks and then lets themselves in. The sky turned to apricot milk. The yard lost its edges. We switched to our storm plan without debate. The greenhouse kept its light. The habitat dimmed to a warm dusk. The workshop stayed bright because wrenches do not like to be guessed at. At midday, the concentrator we had asked to be brave showed us its limits. It threw a fault we had not seen in any drill. Oda's voice went flat and careful, and we moved. The manual had a paragraph that pretended to help. The real fix required hands and luck. We reset the unit, rolled its settings back to conservative, and promised it we would not ask for heroics again until we had more spares. In the evening, the storm thinned. We ate soup that tasted more expensive than it was, and shared the last of a coffee ration that should have been saved and was not. Reyes read us a short passage from a book about rivers, and no one told her that the nearest river was a printout taped to the galley wall. We were tired enough to think that listening was work, and so we did it well. Sometime after lights out, the reactor made a sound I did not like. Not a failure, a difference. Oda was already half-dressed when I reached the panel. She ran a diagnostic with the casual speed of a pianist. A pump in the secondary loop wanted attention. We gave it attention. It purred again. We did not mention the silence that had filled the room while we had waited for a number to decide if we were still lucky. On Sol 106, the sky opened its fist. The battery graphs lifted their chins. The panels shone blue instead of brown. We went outside and did the brush dance until we could see our faces in the glass. We updated the board by the galley. Power, air, water. 3 arrows pointing inward to a small leaf, and a word Reyes had written in a hurry and meant with her whole life. We were not thriving. We were operating. On Mars, that is a kind of wealth. The work ahead looked bigger than the list we could write. We needed more storage. We needed more shielding. We needed to learn how to make bricks from dust without filling the air with knives. We needed to figure out how to fix a torn suit knee in 16 minutes instead of 22. We needed to sleep better. I stood in the airlock and stared at the yard until my visor fogged or my breath met the glass. The world outside remained indifferent, steady as a metronome. Inside, a handful of humans ran a small factory that made tomorrow out of yesterday and did not complain out loud. We were learning something important and ordinary. A colony is not a flag and a speech. It is chores and arguments and checklists and a kettle that boils when you ask it to. It is deciding together what to do when the number on the panel is not the number you want. It is sweeping dust off a panel while the wind tells you that you will be back tomorrow. We went to sleep that night under blankets that smelled faintly of plastic and pepper and clean laundry, the holy trinity of this place. Someone had taped a second drawing beside the first. This one showed a tree inside a dome with people sitting under it, reading and eating something red. Apples, strawberries, tomatoes. The drawing did not care. It was all fruit and all hope. I turned off the light and let Mars press me gently into the mattress with a gravity that finally felt like company. Morning brought a thin gold line along the ridge and a thermometer that pretended to be kind. The habitat yawned, stretched its fans, and made its familiar list of soft machine sounds. Today we were going to make the place bigger, not grander, not prettier, just bigger in the way a coat is bigger when you let out a seam. We started with stakes and string like old-world builders. The yard looked like a child had drawn rectangles in the dust with a careful hand. Oda and I walked the lines in slow, bouncing steps, while Reyes read off clearances from the tablet. The new module would be a tunnel 2 meters wide, 8 meters long, a pressurized hallway we could fill later with meaning. For now, it would be a way to move between rooms without suiting up, a place where air belonged to us. Today we teach dust manners, I said on the suit loop. Dust does not believe in etiquette, Oda answered. We began with bags. Regolith sacks, once empty, now obedient, stacked waist-high into a low berm around the planned footprint. The soil was a liar. It looked like flour. It behaved like powdered glass. It stuck to gloves, ground at knuckles, whispered against the sacks as we tamped it down. 1/3 gravity made the work feel like a game until your back told you it was not. Inside the workshop, we ran a different experiment. Sulfur and regolith, melted and mixed in a small crucible, poured into a brick mold we had printed in a sighing machine that smelled like hot sugar. The first pour steamed a little and set with a dangerous beauty. Oda wrapped it with a wrench and it rang like a bell. We carried it outside and tried to chip a corner. It chipped. We learned its language. Too brittle at this ratio. Try again. By midday, the tunnel liner lay like a long sleeping animal beside the berm. Fabric, reinforced, fold-seamed, with coupling rings at both ends that remembered Earth with a painful accuracy. We checked the rings the way priests check altars. No neeks, no proud threads, no grit. The coupling to the habitat would be a calm marriage, or it would be our worst afternoon. I took the first shift at the airlock door. Oda brought the tunnel's mouth to meet the ring. The two surfaces kissed and sulked. We brushed the flange twice. We brushed it a third time because Mars dust enjoys a punchline. The first bolts went in like compliments. The last bolts argued. Then the ring seated with a sound that made my chest loosen. We backed away, heads close together and our helmets like conspirators. Inflation sounded like rain again. The tunnel swelled. The scenes found themselves. The pressure climbed by tiny numbers that felt loud in my ear. Halbrook watched the leak rate curve and breathed at the same pace. The curve leveled. 90 seconds at hold. 2 minutes. 3. We were allowed to like it. Inside, the new hallway was white and patient. We bolted down the floor grates and ran the cable trays, then stood at opposite ends and waved like children in a blanket fort. Reyes pushed a small cart through, testing the turns. It squeaked the way carts squeak on Earth, and the sound made us homesick and happy, all at once. Outside again, the sun rose to its modest height and began its modest fall. We set a second ring at the far end of the tunnel for a future module that did not exist yet, a promised space. Hope is a structural member here. You bolt it down. In the afternoon, the bricks began to arrive with fewer lies. We learned the sweet spot for sulfur. Enough to bind, not so much that it shattered under the cold, slow cruelty. We made a low wall out by the yard to test the shape of winter. The wall did not care about our ambition. It cared about joints and expansion gaps, and how the night would pull at the seams like a thief. By evening, dust had found ways into places it had no right to be. The new tunnel's outer seam showed a whisper of red. Not a leak, a warning. We added a skim coat of sealant along the joint and made a note on the maintenance board. Watch this. Watch it again. Love is attention you pay twice. We ate late again. The day's work tasted like cumin and pride. Reyes brought in a tray of greens that had no business being so green, and we tore them with our hands and let them sit on our tongues until they tasted like weather. Night on Mars is not dark from our doorway. The stars are too many, and the horizon glows with a dust that never quite lands. I stood in the new hall and touched both walls with my palms. The air felt the same as the rest of the house. That sameness was the point. Expansion that does not feel like a draft. Give me 1 minute to pull the camera back. Let's talk plainly about what building a home from dust would require today. Here is the unromantic part of construction on Mars. Pressurized space is a pressure vessel. Every room you live in pushes out like a balloon. On Earth, buildings fight gravity. On Mars, they fight the universe. Fabrics and composites can do the job, but joints, seams, and windows are where optimism goes to leak. Thermal cycles are brutal. Day and night pull materials in opposite directions. Seals creep, sealants crack, fasteners loosen. Everything wants maintenance. The dirt is both gift and hazard. Regolith can be shoveled into berms for radiation shielding. It can be melted and bound into bricks. It can be sintered into blocks with sunlight or microwave energy. But the fine particles are abrasive, electrostatic, and contaminated with chemicals like perchlorates. They will wear suit bearings, chew through filters, and try to come inside with you every time you open a door. Your airlock is not a door. It is a washing machine for people. Bricks and printed walls sound like a miracle. They are closer to an industrial chore. Sintering and sulfur concrete need heat you must make with power you cannot waste. Cast pieces need controlled curing in a climate that wants to sabotage curing. Each batch is a lesson you will pay for with time, seals, and swearing. Load-bearing structures must be designed for low gravity and high internal pressure. That math looks different from Earth. Walls that seem strong in a vacuum can become drumheads when you add air. You will need cranes, crawlers, compactors, and cutters that do not exist yet in Mars-rated form. All of them must be dust-sealed, cold-tolerant, repairable with gloves and few spares, and light enough to land. The heaviest construction we have done on Mars so far is to lift a rover's wheel out of a small hole. Atmosphere mix is not trivial. Pure oxygen at comfortable pressures makes fire a monster. Earth air is mostly nitrogen with a dash of oxygen. Mars offers carbon dioxide and a little argon and nitrogen in the mix. You can pull argon and nitrogen from the air here, but you must process and compress huge volumes to get the small fraction you need. Every choice has a trade. More oxygen increases fire risk. Lower pressure makes suits and lungs work harder and changes how water boils and how bread rises, and 1,000 everyday things we only notice when they are wrong. Fire is different in low pressure and different still in oxygen-rich habitats. It spreads faster along some materials. It starves and then surges as air moves. Firefighting is not a hose and a hero. It is smothering, isolation, and closing doors you love. Windows are a luxury we cannot afford much. Viewports scratch, pit, and leak. Dust finds the gaskets. Radiation sneaks around the edges. The more you see, the more you will fix. And then there is labor. Every hour you spend stacking bricks is an hour you are not growing food, fixing filters, or sleeping. The construction burden of a true outpost is beyond any crew we could responsibly send today. Robots will have to do much of the dirty, repetitive work, and those robots will need care and spare parts of their own. The supply chain to support a building site on Mars looks like science fiction and feels like an accounting exam. Back to the crew in the new hallway. On Sol 112, we walked through the tunnel without a helmet for the first time and did not clap because we were too tired. Reyes taped a sheet of paper to the wall and drew a rectangle where a window would go one day if the numbers and the physics ever forgave us. We stared at the drawing like it was a lake. "Do we need a dog?" Reyes asked, smiling. We would practice the easy miracle of waking up with air that belonged to us. And soon, very soon, we would have to face a different frontier. Not walls and wires, but people, attention, loneliness. How to keep a crew whole when the sky has one color and the calendar has one song. Morning stretched thin and copper over the ridge. Inside, The habitat smelled like warm plastic and cilantro and the faint ghost of last night's coffee. The new hallway breathed in time with the old rooms, a soft pulse of fans and valves. I lay still and listened to it the way you listen to a sleeping house, counting the familiar sounds and hunting for the stranger in the chorus. Everything sang the right notes. I let my bones sink into the mattress and made the daily promise I make before my feet find the floor. Be patient, be useful, be kind. Mars time is slippery. A soul steals about 40 minutes from the clock you grew up with. At first, that extra slice feels like a gift. More time for work, more time for jokes. Then it drifts. Your body becomes a tide that is never quite in step with the shore. We tried to tame it with light boxes and scheduled dawns. The lights in the galley warm from red to gold each morning like a stage set. Sometimes my brain applauds. Sometimes it sulks. The crew wears thin in ways only a close room can hear. Halbrook tracks sleep on a tablet and prescribes walks in the yard at specific hours. 2 lazy laps under a sky the color of watered tea. We added new rituals because rituals are the furniture of the mind. Quiet hour after wake. No fan noise, no clanking tools, no debates about hose routing. Just people and mugs and the soft click of a spoon. On Sol 115, we taped a paper calendar to the tunnel wall and drew a little box for each soul. Reyes added a leaf stamp when we finished the day's greenhouse checklist. Oda drew a tiny wrench when we fixed something that did not want to be fixed. I wrote people words. Town hall, movie, letters, stretch. Town hall happens every 7th sol, whether we feel like it or not. We sit on the fold-down bench that has already held 3 arguments and 5 naps, and we speak in turn. One thing that worked, one thing that did not, one ask from the group. No sarcasm allowed. I started it with a captain voice I did not like. Now it runs itself. People bring their own weather, and the room learns to listen. On Sol 117, the comms delay turned a family call into a monologue that hurt to watch. The navigator asked her father a question about a birthday. Kakin smiled toward the camera, and then remembered the answer would not arrive until she was back on shift, tightening a valve or brushing dust from a hinge. She ended the call with a joke that did not land in time to save her. That night she did the treadmill angry and came off pale. I walked the yard with her in silence and told a story about a ladder I once loved. It did not fix anything. It kept company. Sometimes that is the whole assignment. The first real crack in our smooth wall came as small as a mislaid wrench. Oda needed the good 16 to fit the concentrator housing. It was not in the bin. It was not in the workshop. It was not on the hook that had been labeled in letters big enough to read in a hurry. We tore the room apart and found it in the greenhouse, sitting on a ledge like a tourist. Reyes had borrowed it to tighten a hose clamp and forgot to return it. It was the smallest thing, and it tasted like rust. Voices went sharp. No one said anything cruel. No one needed to. We carried this thing around all afternoon, like people trying not to scratch a bite. That night at town hall, I put the wrench on the bench and said nothing smart. We let the heat burn off like alcohol in a pan. Then we wrote a rule we should have written on Earth. Borrowed tools ride home with the person who borrowed them. You can laugh at that rule from your couch. Out here it is a treaty. Small storms come and go. Bigger weather builds slower. Sleep fragments. Someone starts waking at false dawn. Someone else naps at odd hours and goes quiet at dinner. Music leaks from a headset, a little louder, each day until someone asks for mercy, and someone else hears the request as an indictment. We add a rotating playlist for exercise hour and a pair of earplugs to the galley basket labeled kindness. On Sol 121, Holbrook called me to the workshop with a voice like a hand on my sleeve. The comms officer sat on the floor with his back to the printer and his breath in small, ragged pulls. He said, "I know it is nothing." He said, "It feels like everything." He said, "I dreamed the fans stopped, and I woke up, and I could still hear them, and I do not trust what I hear." We made the room smaller around him. Water, a radio with the loop volume low so he could hear people without words. Holbrook talked him down with the calm you use to land a nervous plane. After, we walked the corridor together and touched every panel, every vent, every valve, like counting rosary beads. Fear is a map without labels. Naming the landmarks helps. In the greenhouse, the first tomato flower opened like a small sun. We took turns staring at it. Reyes touched the stem with a paintbrush and looked a little like a thief and a little like a priest. The flower did not care about our metaphors. It wanted light and numbers and time. It became a tiny fruit that glowed like an ember. It tasted like a secret when we cut it into 7 too small pieces and let it sit on our tongues like a dare. We talked more about children than I expected. Not ours, other people's Sunday children. The classroom drawings on the galley wall make the subject hard to ignore. Reyes asked the question out loud on Sol 124 while we scrubbed the air filters. What does it take to raise a child here? Not can we. Should we? The room became very quiet. Holbrook answered with medicine. Radiation. Partial gravity. Unknown stacked like crates we have not opened. Oda answered with logistics. Air. Food. Waste. Diapers in a place where waste is a closed loop. I answered with law. Who decides? Who signs the consent form for a person who is not yet a person? The navigator answered with something simple and bright. A window. We sat there in the hum and wrote a new rule we already knew. No pregnancies on this mission. We said it out loud in clear voices. Then, because we are human beings and not rule books, we wrote another rule under it. Privacy is real. We set the schedule accordingly. Doors that close. Lights that dim. Headphones that are not optional. We put a sealed box in the new hall labeled awkward and filled it with the kind of supplies a mission charter pretends not to know about. The box made us all blush and then breathe easier. We made a church and never called it that. A reading hour after dinner with the lights low. No doom, no talk of pumps or valves, only pages. Sometimes paper, sometimes a voice reading from a tablet. We learned to love small poems about rain. We learned to tolerate long essays about bread. We learned that stories about rivers can make your throat go tight even if you have not seen a river in months. Letters arrived. One was a wedding invitation printed on thick paper that had lived a better life than the rest of our mail. We propped it by the galley until the steam curled it, and then we pressed it flat under the maintenance log. We watched the bride and groom months later in a file that stuttered and froze. We clapped at the wrong times and cried on time. On Sol 129, a smell crept into the habitat that made my heart leap in the wrong direction. Warm plastic is normal. Ozone is normal in a narrow band. Hot dust is a warning you learn fast. This was different, sweet and wrong. We searched like bloodhounds. It was the treadmill belt. A bearing had chewed itself down and begun to melt in complaint. We locked it out and declared a rest day for bones. Halbrook frowned at the graph that tracks the small war against osteoporosis. 1 day is fine. 3 days is not. We printed a part that looked right and acted shy. We printed it again with a different infill. The third try sang the note we needed. The belt apologized by not complaining. Fights are rare and small and real. On Sol 131, the navigator snapped at Reyes for brushing dust off a panel wrong, which is how people on Mars say not the way I would have done it. Reyes snapped back, and I made the mistake of mediating with cleverness. Cleverness dies quickly in rooms that make your air. Oda cut through by handing each a brush in a different row and telling them both to prove their thesis. 10 minutes of quiet later, both methods worked. We wrote a new rule on the board. 2 good ways is still good. Let me step aside and talk to you without the poetry for a minute. Here is the unvarnished human part of a place like this. A Mars crew is a system made of people, and people are not interchangeable parts. Long missions push against sleep, patience, and purpose. The day length is different. Sunlight is wrong. The view does not change. Fans never stop. Carbon dioxide climbs and drops and climbs again, and even small increases can dull thinking and sour moods. Privacy is limited. Noise is constant. Smells linger. You are always close to someone and always far from everyone else. We can mitigate. Light therapy helps align body clocks to the longer soul. Exercise protects bones, muscles, and moods. Structured days keep minds from wandering into dark alleys. Rituals matter. Shared meals, scheduled silence, movie nights, reading hour. A clear charter helps when conflict arrives. Who decides when and how? Which choices require consensus and which belong to a commander? You do not want to discover your governance in the middle of a storm. Communication delays turn conversations into letters. That changes support. Counselors on Earth can send guidance and exercises. They cannot sit in the room. Peer support then becomes a skill. Crews need training to de-escalate arguments, to notice early signs of anxiety or depression, to speak about fear without turning it into a fire. Medication helps sometimes. So do boundaries, headphones, doors that close, corny tools that work, like the minute of grace before hard conversations. Reproduction is not a technical footnote. Radiation and partial gravity raise serious risks we do not fully understand. Pregnancy and child development in this environment are untested on humans. Ethics matter. A settlement that allows pregnancy must accept medical responsibilities far beyond any expedition and must answer questions about consent and safety that are not solved by bravery. For now, the responsible policy for a small outpost is simple. Prevent pregnancy. Protect privacy. Plan for the day when we know enough to discuss it again. Community is not a luxury. You need reasons to keep going that are not checklists. Music through cheap speakers, a patch of green, a silly holiday, a paper calendar with leaf stamps. These are small things. They are also structural. If a mission tries to do all of this with fewer people than the work requires, burnout becomes a system failure. Maintenance eats the day. Science becomes the late shift. Jokes thin. That is how small leaks in patience turn into big leaks in trust. Back to our little town. On Sol 134, we celebrated a holiday that did not belong to Mars. We baked the flatbread under a heat lamp and spread it with something that pretended to be butter and something that pretended to be jam. It was not very good. We argued about the flavor and laughed because the argument did not matter. We taped paper stars along the tunnel wall and then took them down because the tape started to peel the fabric. We learned again that even joy needs a checklist. The next morning the greenhouse woke with a stubborn patch of gray on a leaf. Fungus again. It travels like whispering in a crowded room. We quarantined the tray and cleaned with the intensity of people traveling without a spare. Reyes stood very still after and looked at the little tomatoes that had started to blush. When she finally spoke, her voice had the careful shape of a person stepping over a stream on a narrow plank. We keep what we can. We let go of what we must. She is right. Mars teaches that lesson every day and charges a fee each time. On Sol 138, I woke to a dream that I had been walking down a staircase that never reached the ground. I laughed at it in the galley and then did not. Stairs belong to Earth. My body misses them. I told the crew, and we made a new ritual born from a joke. Stair hour. We put boxes in the tunnel and stepped up and down in rhythm while the speaker played a song that should never be. Asked to motivate squats. We looked foolish. It felt like medicine. Another letter came, this one from a teenager who wanted to know if Mars smells different. We read it out loud, and then we tried to answer. The helmet smells like your own breath and gloves. The airlock smells like brushed dust and cold metal. The habitat smells like warm plastic and clean laundry and cilantro. Outside smells like nothing your nose can hold. That last line made us quiet for a while. On Sol 140, the comms officer taped a handwritten sign above the galley. Watch the way you explain things. We all knew what it meant. On Mars, it is easy to turn instruction into condescension. A voice that was cheerful on Earth can sound like a knife when the fans are loud and your head aches and a number on the wall is not the number you want. We made a game of modeling better. Ask, offer, thank. It felt corny. It worked. A small miracle arrived the next Sol. The child who drew the tree sent another drawing. This one had a dog under the table again, but now there were 2 bowls on the floor, and 4 cups on the table and 7 people around it, and the window looked out on a sky full of stars. We argued, as people do, about whether the stars would be visible from a lit room. We decided not to decide and taped the picture beside the first 2. That night, I lay awake and listened to the habitat breathe and thought about the invisible line between we can and we should. We are good at doing hard things if the math is clear and the budget is loud. We are less good at noticing the quiet engineering of a human heart. How much novelty a mind needs. How much privacy a body wants. How much grace a group must grant each other in a place that is always on the edge of being unlivable. In the morning, we got up and did chores, because chores are the ground under those questions. The dust had written its name on the panels again. The reactor wanted its filter cleaned. The treadmill belt made a sound that was not a problem yet, and therefore was our problem. We brushed, we wiped, we tightened. We ate something that pretended to be eggs and was not bad if you closed your eyes. In the afternoon, a gust shoved the yard hard enough to move one of the regolith bags we had stacked by the wall. I watched it slide and thought about sandbags at home in rain that falls from kind skies. I thought about towns with real windows. I thought about a child's dog under a table on a planet that does not yet accept the idea of tables. Then I turned and checked the pressure on the new tunnel scene, because the world did not care about my metaphors. We are learning the shape of staying. It is not a flag. It is not a speech. It is a bench where an argument becomes a conversation, and a conversation becomes quiet. It is a paper calendar with leaf stamps. It is a rule about a wrench. It is a tomato cut into 7 pieces and savored like a secret. Soon, our little town will need to reach farther. Out to the ridge, down to the ice, across the plain to lay lines and bury them. We will test the rover against hills that do not like wheels. We will take samples that tell the same story in a new accent. We will look for places to hide from radiation with shovels and patience. And we will begin to talk seriously, and not just as a bedtime dare, about bringing more people, which means more air, more water, more power, more rules, more forgiveness, more ways to keep the human part from cracking when the machines behave and the sky is still the same. Soul 141 began with a list and a horizon. The list was taped to the airlock door. The horizon was everything outside it. Today, we would push beyond the familiar, the auger, the weather mast, the ridge with the silly reflectors. All of that was our yard. The plan was to range farther and start laying out the bones of a bigger life. Mark a fuel site. Scout a safe route to a deeper ice deposit. Drop cum beacons. Test the pressurized rover in country that does not forgive impatience. Oda ran a glove over the rover's nose as if it were a skittish horse. Battery at 96. Cabin heater nominal. Wheel motors green. Cabin CO2 scrubbers happy. The emergency oxygen bottle full and loud about it. We loaded the day's rations, spare filters, a tool roll so neat it looked like a photograph, and 2 silver cylinders that made everyone slightly nervous even when we grinned. Prototype tanks, 1 for water, 1 for oxygen. If today's survey sang the right notes, these would one day be the reason a second crew got to leave this planet again. Reyes checked the greenhouse and left a note for the tomatoes, like a parent leaving a magnet message on a fridge. Grow while I am gone. Halbrook packed a med kit that felt too small and too heavy at the same time. The navigator plotted 3 routes that disagreed with each other politely, and then picked the one with a little more margin than pride would choose. We sealed the rover hatch and the small cabin filled with the smell every vehicle has when it is new to a road. Plastic, metal. A promise of rattles not yet named. The pressure came up. The fans found their voices. The heaters licked the cold from the windows. I eased the throttle, and the wheels wrote a new poem in the dust. No one talks much for the first kilometer. You listen. Tires, motors, the quiet whine that presses on the ear when thin air slides around a box. You check the pressure twice though. The gauge is big enough to read with a headache. You do not mention the way the cabin feels like a shirt one size too tight if you think too hard about it. Our first stop was a hummock that had looked like a hill from the habitat and looked like a bump when we got to it. We dropped the first cum beacon with a ceremony that involved a brush, a handshake, and a bad joke about totems. The second beacon went on a flat, wind-scoured slab where the rover vibrated like a tuning fork. The third found a place by a low scarp whose shadow cut the ground like a ruler. The plane opened and the horizon stretched. Mars is big and quiet. The quiet changes you. Before long, even the fans seem like friends. We reached the survey square where orbital radar had the nerve to suggest old ice below the dust. Oda unpacked the ground probe like she was setting a table too far from a kitchen. The little mast went up. The antennae unfolded. The screen in the rover cabin drew gray lines on gray with the patience of a librarian. Water signatures here are timid. They pretend not to be what they are. Halbrook and I traced curves with fingers and made noises that mean maybe. The wind rose. Not a storm. A shove. Dust skated across the plain in a sheet that looked like water and felt like sand gossiping. Visibility dropped from far to not far enough to brag about. The navigator gave me a line to ride. I gave the rover an easy hand. We stopped often. We brushed the sensors like people worried about smudges on eyeglasses. At midday, we ate in the rover in our shirt sleeves, which felt like a party. Tortillas, something that claimed to be beans and succeeded if you believed hard enough. Coffee that tasted like a good memory. Ray's taped a photo of our habitat to the dash. Home as a postcard, 4 kilometers away and hidden behind dust and a planet's sense of humor. The last leg took us onto a gentle slope pocked with rocks that did not look rude until you met them with a tire. We crept. We set the parking brakes as if the hill might suddenly remember gravity. We pulled out the sampling kit and learned again how much a glove can lie about dexterity. Regolith went into labeled bags like sweets. We did not open our prototype tanks. The sight was promising, not yet sacred. The return felt longer because returns do. A crosswind nudged us until the Khan's beacon map looked like a string of small lanterns. The habitat rose out of the dust when we were almost on it, white and stubborn. We backed the rover into the garage bay like a ship into a slip, slow and unwilling to admit we were relieved. Inside, the air felt twice as warm as it was. We laughed too hard at a joke that would not pass muster on Earth. Reyes kissed the greenhouse door and did not pretend she had not. We laid out the samples and drew a new line on the map. A curve, not too elegant. Elegant curves get people stuck. Let me step out of the windshield for a minute. Here is what ranging beyond the yard would demand with the tools we actually have. Mobility on Mars is a triangle of range, power, and forgiveness. There is no GPS to guide you. You rely on inertial systems, star fixes when you can get them, beacons you plant, and maps that only tell the truth until the wind decides they do not. Visibility can drop without warning. Dust covers landmarks. The horizon lies in a light that makes distance hard to judge. Autonomy helps, but true autonomy robust enough for human safety is still learning on Earth. Pressurized rovers are small spaceships with wheels. They must scrub CO2, heat and cool like a house, keep pressure like a balloon, and drive like a tractor. Every system doubles, and every redundancy weighs something. Batteries sag in cold. Fuel cells need tanks you brought or made. Solar recharge can work if you have time and the sky plays nice. Heating a cabin to human comfort in this thin air is like heating a tent in Antarctica during a wind that has never heard of humidity. You draw a lot of power to make a little warmth. Suits still matter. Even with a pressurized rover, every stop becomes a dance with dust and seals. Bearings grind, visors scratch. Gloves are strong and cool. They eat forearm strength for breakfast. Pre-breathing and pressure schedules complicate quick hops outside. A torn knee joint on a suit is not a dramatic movie scene. It is a clock you can hear. Navigation is a discipline. Without GPS, you set beacons and pray they stay upright. You use inertial nav that drifts if you do not feed it truth. You triangulate on ridges like sailors with stars. You write down the place where a flat tire would make you swear, because it almost did. You leave breadcrumbs in a land with wind. Dust is alive in all the wrong ways. It fools LiDAR. It coats cameras. It creeps into connector pins and laughs at your compressed air bottles. It rides home with you in suit joints and drops off happily on the garage floor. Communications delays do not care that you are outside. If you need help with a problem you did not rehearse, Earth's answer will arrive after you have chosen a path. Remote driving from Earth is beautiful for robots and likely cruel for rescue. Signals that were crisp in the yard turn soft past ridges. Your beacons will help until one falls and another fails. Range safety is built from habits. Turn back at a fixed percentage of battery, even if the ridge is only 1 more kilometer away. Stop for 10 minutes before you get tired. Eat something you think you do not want, and drink water you think you are too busy for. Serious trouble often begins as a small decision that felt efficient at the time. Now back with the rover tucked in and the crew warming their hands above mugs. We stared at the gray squiggles from the ground probe until the numbers felt like a language we were faking. The sight whispered ice, not a lake, not a bounty. Enough, maybe enough to justify a line of pipe in a shack that smelled like pump oil and pride. The argument lasted 3 mugs of coffee and ended with a cautious yes. We would survey again tomorrow by a slightly different path. We would test the prototype pipe heater that Oda had coaxed into life in the workshop. We would fail close to home before we failed far away. The navigator rubbed her wrist where the splint had finally come off and pretended it did not still ache. Halbrook stuck an eye chart on the tunnel wall and made us all squint because flights eat sharpness. Reyes handed out microgreens like contraband. Oda wrote a list on the whiteboard, titled things that will not forgive us, and put dust at the top and complacency below it. That evening, we had a call from Earth that made the air feel heavier. The ascent vehicle back at the landing site had finished its self-test sequence. The tanks were cold. The valves were polite. The control unit had woken and discovered it was in a place that did not love it. In a year or so, if the calendar and weather and the universe do not laugh, those tanks must be full. Not with hope, with propellant. Enough to lift a small house from a world that barely lets parachutes care. The room went very quiet. Everyone looked at the 2 prototype cylinders leaning against the workshop wall like shy children. Everyone saw the ladder we had to build to climb from small to real. We began to say the plan out loud so it would stop being a ghost. Pull carbon dioxide from the air. Split water for hydrogen. React them into methane. Store methane in tanks as cold as headlines. Make oxygen and keep most of it for the climb. The chemistry is easy when it is homework. It is hungry when it is a factory. Every step needs power and filters and parts that do not like dust. Every step fails in ways that make headlines if you build it wrong on a different planet. We assigned work before fear could write the agenda. Oda owned the Sabatier rig from heater to sensor. Reyes owned water quality. Halbrook owned safety and the whiteboard with the what-if questions that keep you honest. The navigator and comms officer owned routes and beacons and a map that would soon look like veins. Before sleep, I walked the new hall and touched the bolts in the seam like luck. The habitat breathed. The reactor purred. The greenhouse whispered. Outside, A yard waited with its shoulders hunched the way yards do before long projects. Let me put the helmet back on the table and talk about propellant simply. An ascent from Mars is not a lungful. It is a mountain of fuel. For a small crew to leave the surface, you need tens of tons of oxygen and methane. You can launch it all from Earth, but that is the most expensive way to move a sandwich in the history of lunch. The sensible plan is to make propellant there. Pull carbon dioxide from the Martian air. Split water into hydrogen and oxygen. React hydrogen and carbon dioxide to make methane. Store the oxygen and methane cold and patient until launch. The devil is not in the chemistry. It is in the scale and the calendar. Small devices can make oxygen in spoonfuls. That proves a point and earns a headline. Turning spoonfuls into swimming pools is the part that breaks budgets and sleep. You need power measured in dozens or hundreds of kilowatts running for months. You need compressors and heat exchangers and freezers that do not mind dust, cold, and being kicked by a plague for a year. Boil off is not poetry. It is your enemy. Tanks warm. Cold liquids evaporate. Valves sweat frost and lie about it. Every kilogram that escapes is a kilogram you will miss the day you have to leave. Water is the other side of that coin. If you do not bring enough, you must mine it. Some landing sites do not have ice you can reach with shovels and heaters. Some do. Even when it is there, it will not line up politely with your mission timeline. You drill, you melt, you purify, you store. All of that takes more power than your first sketch forgave. All of this means a real outpost needs an industrial metabolism. Power that does not blink at weather. Machines that do not demand a spare part you forgot. Crews who can maintain factories while living in a cottage. If we tried to stand up that complexity next year, it would punish human error until the headline wrote itself. Back to the bench and the map and the list for tomorrow. We slept like people who had driven and argued and laughed and made lists. Sol 142 woke slow. The sky looked like diluted rust. The yard looked the way it always looks after wind, rearranged and pretending it had never been otherwise. We rolled the rover out again. The door closed. The pressure climbed. The fans cleared their throats. The cabin warmed. The map linked a little green dot that was us, and a curved line that was hope. We followed the line. The road ahead was not a road. It was dust, rock, shadows, patience, and the annoying courage of people who bake bread during a storm because the oven still works. We would lay out the path to a small plant that would take in thin air and spit out a way home. We would drop beacons like breadcrumbs. We would learn what a safe turn felt like on a slope that looks friendly and is not. And every few kilometers we would stop, step out, and stand perfectly still, listening to a world that does not care if we are brave. Then we would climb back into the box with wheels, close the door, and keep going. Sol 142 began with the sound of confidence. Pumps, fans, heaters, all singing the same quiet song. We added a new instrument to the orchestra. The first section of our propellant plant woke in the workshop with a click like a light switch in a church. We rolled the skid outside before the sun had the strength to be called warm. A square frame on sled runners. Filters, compressors, a coil that looked like a silver spring. A stack of pipes wrapped in white insulation like bandages. The little Sabatier reactor sat in the middle, as if it were shy about all the attention. This was the pilot line. It would drink the thin carbon dioxide outside, sip our precious hydrogen, and try to exhale methane and water. If it could do that on a diet of dust and patience, the bigger unit would get its turn. Oda ran a glove along every fitting. Reyes hovered with a test tube like a parent with a thermometer. Halbrook stood with the fire kit and the calm of a person who always sits where the exits are. The navigator had the map of valves printed on paper. I watched the needles. We started with air. The intake coughed and cleared its throat. Compressors pulled in carbon dioxide and squeezed it from almost nothing to something the reactor could use. The line shook at a frequency that made your teeth hum. We throttled to a gentler rhythm and the vibration stepped down to polite. Heaters brought the reactor up to heat slower than Hope wanted. Then the number turned the corner and walked toward the zone we wanted. Hydrogen crept in like a guest who is unsure they got the right address. The outlet string touched the sensor, and the graph woke the way a baby bird opens its eyes. Methane, not a lot. Enough to make adults grin at a pipe. The first run lasted 9 minutes. A gasket we had trusted decided to be interesting. We smelled it the way you smell a toaster right before it burns the bread. We shut the line and stood around it, hands on hips, breathing our own heated air, while the Mars air 12 centimeters away would have killed us in one step. Oda changed the gasket with a surgeon's patience, while Reyes cursed adhesives in 2 languages and 3 volumes. The second run lasted 32 minutes. The graph drew a line a teacher would praise. Methane trickled into a cold trap. Water condensed where the steel was colder than a secret. We knocked the trap and heard the rattle of ice like a tiny house in winter. We stopped and cheered like fans who had come to a game with reasonable expectations. By noon, the plant had delivered a handful of grams of methane and a cup of water that would have made a poet cry. We filtered the water as if it had insulted someone important and handed it to Reyes. She sipped. Her face did the math, and then she smiled. The methane stayed locked in the trap, colder than the air, and we all tried not to imagine it becoming a flame in a place that does not forgive flames. We wheeled the skid to its anchor point beside the workshop. The small radiator fins on top ticked as they gave up heat to air that did not care. We ran the exhaust back through the concentrator to steal a second look at what we had made. The line showed oxygen rising on the other stack, the way a tide creeps up a beach. It was not much. It was a direction. We ate standing up, tortillas, cheese that had never seen a cow. Coffee we had no right to drink this late if we wanted to sleep, and we wanted to sleep anyway. The comms light blinked slowly. Mission Control sent a short note with 3 lines. Congratulations. Watch the seals. Expect catalyst poisoning from dust. They do not know how romance works. Afternoon is parts and checklists. We swapped in the spare filter element we had been saving for a different day. We wrapped the warmest sections in another layer of insulation, because energy is a form of love here, and you do not waste it. We set the pilot line to run a cautious cycle, while we watched a dozen little numbers race and settle and race and settle again. When the sun drifted toward the ridge, we shut down on purpose. Everything looked good. That is when things usually lie. We flushed the reactor with clean gas, warmed the cold trap to capture every gram, and sealed the cylinders like bankers. The skid clicked into night mode. Heat tape kept the pipes from dreaming about snapping in the dark. We showered with the intensity of people who still cannot believe they get to be warm on Mars. The water we used was already on its way to being tomorrow's tea. The closed loop knows how to forgive us if we do not make it hate us. After dinner, the habitat grew quiet in the way rooms do when people are happy. They are tired. That was when the alert chimed, a tone we had not heard before, not alarms. Advice you cannot ignore. The comms officer pulled up the space weather report and read in a careful voice. A solar event had ignited. A flare. A coronal mass ejection, pointed mostly not at us, and enough at us that the radiation forecast for 2 sols from now was the kind that makes a crew look for thicker walls. The second line hit harder. Conjunction would begin soon. The sun would stand between us and Earth for days, maybe weeks. Bad timing is a kind of tradition in spaceflight. We went into a new mode. We pulled water tanks into the sleeping corridor the way a family drags mattresses into a hallway during a tornado warning. We filled every container that could sit above our heads on shelves. Water is not just life, it is shade. We set the reactor to minimum to lower our need to walk outside. We scheduled one last check of the pilot line at dawn, and then promised ourselves we would not step out again without a reason important enough to write on a wall. Hold the scene for a second. Let me talk plainly about why this little factory and that space weather forecast matter now, not in a movie, but in the life we really live. Making fuel on Mars is not a neat diagram on a slide. It is a procession of machines that all need power and care. You compress a thin gas until it behaves. You heat a reactor to temperatures that make seals sulk. You feed it pure hydrogen that you had to make by splitting water, which you had to melt and clean. The reactor gives you methane and water. The water goes back into the loop. The methane must be dried, scrubbed, and stored cold. Oxygen, the heavy hitter in the propellant mix, must be made in bulk and stored colder. Every step will keep working until the one tiny filter chosen by fate plugs with dust or the catalyst poisons itself on a whisper of sulfur you did not catch. Scale is the dragon. A pilot line that makes grams is a science fair ribbon. An ascent vehicle needs tons. That means months of steady operation. Kilowatts that do not wobble. Tanks with insulation that refuses to take a day off. And losses to boil off that you must fight with active cooling or accept as a tax. Power is the blood flow for all of it. Solar gives a diet that depends on weather. Nuclear offers steadiness if you brought the right kind and built it right. Either way, your plant must survive dust, cold, thermal cycles, and human moods. Then there is radiation. The surface dose on Mars is lower than deep space, but higher than the home you love. Solar flares can push it up for hours. You do not sprint for a bunker. You shelter in place. You put water between you and the sky. You hide behind tanks and boxes full of hydrogen atoms because they are good catching the fast pieces of the sun's anger. You schedule your excursions so that you are not outside when the storm arrives. You watch your badges like a hawk. Finally, communications. Solar conjunction turns the sun into a wall your signals cannot climb. You lose real-time support from Earth. No calls. Delayed messages at best. That is not just lonely. It is a safety budget you must plan for. Checklists must be enough. Spare parts must be on hand. Decisions must not depend on a voice you cannot hear. If we tried to run a complex startup operation during conjunction with a crew today, we would be stacking risk on hope. Back to the crew building a fort inside of a house. Dawn came like a promise we did not trust. We ran the pilot line at half speed for a short cycle and closed it for the duration. The cold trap gave up what it had with a sigh and we sealed it in the cylinder. The numbers said we had made a breath of methane and a sip of water. The engineer patted the reactor the way farmers pat tractors. "Good job, little one. Now sleep." We turned the habitat into a cocoon. Water drums lined the corridor. Suit storage shifted to the new hall so that the sleeping area had thicker walls. We brought the rover into the garage, parked it with its belly as close to the reactor housing as we dared, and stacked what spares we could above the bunks. It looked like a mess. It felt like a plan. The flare arrived on schedule, which is a sentence you should never have to write. Outside, nothing looked different. The sky was the same pale rust. The dust moved like it always moves. Inside, the radiation monitors ticked higher and then higher again, still within the lines we had drawn in our training, still enough to make the room feel smaller. We read and we stretched, and we traded jokes that worked harder than usual. We did not go outside. By the second day, the air felt heavy with waiting. We checked the fans twice as often. We drank more water than we wanted to, because the doctor told us to. We took turns lying under the water drums and describing the small improvements our sensor readings claimed. No one believed the numbers. Everyone believed the ritual. Conjunction folded over us like a slow blanket. Messages from Earth became postcards that moved through molasses. We put a whiteboard by the galley with 2 columns, questions and answers. The answers arrived 2 days late. We learned to ask better questions. On the 3rd day of shelter, the treadmill belt squeaked. Before anyone could groan, Reese started clapping in a slow rhythm. We joined, a dumb clap in a small room under water drums, while the sun wrote a letter we could not read. The squeak faded. We clapped anyway. You find holidays where you can. When the radiation forecast fell back into the green, we took the house apart and put it back the way it was supposed to look. The corridor looked too wide. The bunks looked too exposed. The tomato in the greenhouse had ripened in our absence and waited like a gift on a paper towel with a knife beside it. We cut it into 7 pieces and closed our eyes and remembered a world with rain. We rolled the skid back into daylight and ran the pilot line again. It complained and then behaved. The graph drew a new line with a little more slope. It was still a trickle. It was our trickle. The calm's delay softened. Earth cleared its throat again. Congratulations. Proceed to extended run. Watch for catalyst fouling. Expect a drop in efficiency. We posted the message on the workshop wall and wrote on it in pen. We know. 1 more minute with you outside the glass. Here is the bottom line behind the progress you just heard. Even with perfect crews and generous funding, the first real propellant plant on Mars will be a stubborn machine. It will swallow power. It will eat filters. It will foul catalysts. It will need constant attention from humans who are already cleaning dust from panels, replacing seals, growing food, fixing treadmills, and sleeping less than they admit. If any step fails for long, the calendar for ascent slips and the margin for life narrows. That is why responsible planners keep saying not yet to grand timelines. Sending people to build factories at the edge of survival is a fine way to prove a point. It is not a fine way to care for them. Now back to the yard, where the wind is making new patterns on the ground and the rover looks eager in a way only machines can. We made a new list on the airlock door. Longer runs on the pilot line. Survey to the deeper ice site. Beacon 4 on the east scarp. Begin trenching a power conduit with the rover's tiny blade that thinks it is a plow. The ascent vehicle waited over the ridge, cold and patient. The tanks were empty. The path between empty and full ran through our little skid of pipes and our long days. We suited. We stepped into a morning that looked like every other morning here and felt like the start of a bigger promise. We brushed dust from panels with the dance we had learned. We tapped the reactor housing like a friend's shoulder. We looked at the ridge and the line of beacons glinting in the weak sun. Then we climbed into the rover, closed the door, and went to work. We rolled the skid back into daylight and ran the pilot line again. It complained and then behaved. The graph drew a new line with a little more slope. It was still a trickle. It was our trickle. The comms delay softened. Earth cleared its throat again. Congratulations. Proceed to extended run. Watch for catalyst fouling. Expect a drop in efficiency. We posted the message on the workshop wall and wrote on it in pen. We know. One more minute with you outside the glass. Here is the bottom line behind the progress you just heard. Even with perfect crews and generous funding, the first real propellant plant on Mars will be a stubborn machine. It will swallow power. It will eat filters. It will foul catalysts. It will need constant attention from humans who are already cleaning dust from panels, replacing seals, growing food, fixing treadmills, and sleeping less than they admit. If any step fails for long, the calendar for ascent slips and the margin for life narrows. That is why responsible planners keep saying not yet to grand timelines. Sending people to build factories at the edge of survival is a fine way to prove a point. It is not a fine way to care for them. Now back to the yard, where the wind is making new patterns on the ground and the rover looks eager in a way only machines can. We made a new list on the airlock door. Longer runs on the pilot line. Survey to the deeper ice site. Beacon 4 on the east scarp. Begin trenching a power conduit with the rover's tiny blade that thinks it is a plow. The ascent vehicle waited over the ridge, cold and patient. The tanks were empty. The path between empty and full ran through our little skid of pipes and our long days. We suited. We stepped into a morning that looked like every other morning here and felt like the start of a bigger promise. We brushed dust from panels with the dance we had learned. We tapped the reactor housing like a friend's shoulder. We looked at the ridge and the line of beacons glinting in the weak sun. Then we climbed into the rover, closed the door, and went to work. Tomorrow, I said, we start laying the line to the plant. 2 hours trenching, 2 hours laying, 1 hour arguing about the best bend radius for a pipe that has never met this planet. Reyes drew a small leaf on the corner of the plan. And I want an hour to talk about argon, she said. Argon, Oda repeated. Because oxygen is a bully, and fire likes bullies. Because we need buffer gas, Reyes said. I want the habitat to smell a little more like Earth, and burn a lot less like a bad idea. We slept with the map taped above the galley, and the heater line warm under the yard, and the wind writing new cursive on the same old ground. Pause here, just a moment. Let me pull the camera back and talk plainly about what it means to run pipes and cables on a planet that sneers at both. Digging on Mars is not romantic. The soil is fine as talc, sharp as ground glass, and laced with salts you do not want on your skin or in your lungs. It flows when it should pile. It compacts when it should loosen. Low gravity makes machines hop and skip and resist the urge to bite. Trenching is slow. Backfilling is a mess. Every cut you make is a place for wind to argue with you tomorrow. Cables need more than a hole. They need a bed, spacing, markers, and protection from the daily stretch and shrink of a world that swings from cold to very cold and back again. Insulations that behave on Earth can crack here like old paint. Every connector must laugh at dust, shrug at cold, and seal against a pressure differential that sees your habitat as a balloon and your fittings as invitations. Pipes are worse. Water wants to freeze. Brine wants to corrode. Thermal cycles want to make joints change their minds. You can heat the line, but heaters demand power you would rather spend on air and light and not dying. Every bend steals pressure. Every valve adds a place to leak. A pinhole becomes a paragraph. A paragraph becomes a day. Cryogenic storage sits at the grumpy end of this spectrum. Methane and oxygen must be kept cold and polite for months. Tanks get warm. Boil-off sneaks away. Insulation collects dust, and the dust changes its mind about how to behave. Active cooling eats power. Valves frost and lie. Sensors drift and tell you bedtime stories when you want the news. Then there's argon and nitrogen, the quiet gases that make air something you can live in without lighting it on fire by thinking about it. Mars air has a little of both. You can collect them, but you must move a lot of red nothing to get a small gray something. Compressors that can do that politely are not sitting in a catalog labeled Mars Ready. You will build them, break them, fix them, and then build them again. Earth has excavators. Mars has people in suits with limited grip strength and machines that would like to be excavators when they grow up. Every kilogram of heavy equipment you bring is a kilogram you did not spend on food, air, or sanity. Today, in the real world, we are still designing the kind of dust-tight, glove-friendly, cold-loving construction gear you will need to run lines for a town, not a tent. Back with the crew, knee-deep in the honest work of making tomorrow possible. Sol 144 opened with a voice from the weather masked that I did not like. Gusts high and messy, not a storm, a mood. We cut the day's trench in shorter bites and weighted the conduit down as we laid it, sandbagging as we went so the wind would not decide to rearrange our engineering. Halfway through the second run, I felt the telltale tug on my left forearm. Not pain, a question. The suit hissed a whisper in my ear and tightened the seal at the wrist automatically. No scream. A warning bow. I froze and checked the board on my sleeve. Pressure nominal. Flow nominal. The suit S integrity line had flicked from green to amber and back to green the way a cat S tail flicks before it decides not to scratch you. Oda was at my side before I could say anything, her helmet a silver moon at my shoulder. "Dust glass," she said, reading the same graph I was. "You brushed a sharp. Microscuff." The seal took it. We love the seal. We go inside. "I can finish the run," I said, softer than a protest and dumber than a plan. "You can finish the run when you have the backup ring on," she said. "We practice so we can be boring. We keep promises so we can practice again." I nodded because being captain does not make you right. We cycled through the airlock while the others kept laying sandbags. Inside, the scuff showed as a near-invisible smile on the wrist ring, a scratch that had threatened to become a sentence. Halbrook cleaned it with the care you use on an eye, and we swapped the ring for the spare with the efficiency of a pit crew. Back outside, the wind had died to a sulk, and the line lay where we had begged it to. By late afternoon, conduit tied the panel field to the habitat, like a vein you could put your ear to and hear ambition. The heater line hummed under the yard. The pilot plant clicked and muttered at the edge of hearing, turning thin air into a small future one warm pipe at a time. Reyes got her hour on buffer gas. We inventoried the bottles we had and the power it would take to pull more from the sky. We wrote the words "less oxygen" on the board and felt our shoulders loosen. Fires here are not dramatic. They are decisive. Diluting the air with argon would make the house less fast to burn. We made a plan we could not fully execute yet and liked it anyway. Night came with a cold that found knee joints and made suits creak in the rack. We ate and read and argued about whether there are more stars visible here or whether it only feels that way because the sky is so greedy with silence. The navigator taped a new photo on the galley wall. A staircase, stone, worn, sunlight on the landing. I looked at it until my chest hurt in a useful way. Let me speak directly for a minute about something that keeps tapping us on the shoulder in the quiet hours. Eyes and bones, hearts and heads. We talk about pipes and power because they sit still for the camera. The human part is a longer story with fewer good pictures. Months in zero gravity on the trip out move fluids into your head and flatten your eyeballs a little. A rude simplification of a complicated syndrome that can blur vision and change how you see lines on a page. 1/3 gravity is a gift over none. It is not a cure. Some eyes recover, some do not. We do not have answers we can promise yet. Bones lose minerals when they are not asked to fight gravity. Exercise slows the loss. It does not always win the argument. Mars gravity gives your skeleton a job again. It may not be enough for a life. It might be enough for a tour. The treadmill belt squeaks are not a punchline. They are preventative medicine. Hearts adjust to doing less when the world does less to them. Standing up becomes a negotiation. Dizziness becomes a hobby you do not want. The first week on Mars is full of small bargains with your own circulation. The bargains get better. They do not always become what you would call permanent peace. Minds in small rooms do not like saying this. Fans hum. Light repeats. The view is stunning and does not change. People you love are delayed by minutes, and then days, and then a few bad weeks when the sun stands between you and them. The solutions look corny on paper and save you at dinner. Shared meals, quiet hours, songs you did not like at home, calendars with leaf stamps, rules about wrenches, a culture you build on purpose. If you imagine a settlement here next year, imagine it full of people who must be builders and mechanics and farmers and doctors and counselors and parents and poets on Thursdays. Imagine the training that takes. Then imagine the spares those people will need to keep their machines polite. Then imagine how many launches it takes to bring all of that before a single house feels like a place. Back to the trench line, the sandbags, and the tired crew. Sol 145 delivered flurries of dust that did not care about our schedule. We learned how to lift the trencher by a centimeter and let the wind carry the talc before it buried our work. We tied the first conduit into the distribution box and closed the lid with a relief that felt like finishing a chapter. The heater line at the ice site drew steady power and kept the trickle honest. The pilot plant burped methane into its cold trap like a careful drinker. The Habitat S air mix nudged a little less oxygen and a little more argon and felt the same to lungs and kinder to nerves. By evening, we were simple happy. The kind you get from work that made dents you can point at. We ate too much of a dinner that did not deserve praise and praised it anyway. Reyes cut a second tomato into 7 pieces, and we pretended it was a feast because in important ways it was. Before lights out, I stood in the airlock and looked at the yard. Lines under the surface, lines above. The new hall breathing with the old rooms. The reactor purring, the panels asleep. The rover leaning in its bay, like a dog who has learned that we will take it out again tomorrow, because we always do. We were not a colony. We were a proof. A hard-won, dusty, slightly ridiculous proof that humans can make a house work where a house does not belong. The list for tomorrow was already on the door. Longer trenches. A valve shack that did not hate wind. A test of moving methane from the cold trap to the shy little cylinder without teaching the habitat a lesson we could not afford to learn. We slept like people with dirt under their nails and rules on the wall. Morning arrived with a clean graph and a dirty argument. The clean graph was power. The reactor and panels had danced well through the night. The dirty argument was air. Someone had scheduled a high-draw print. Job in the workshop at the same time the greenhouse dehumidifiers wanted their hour of glory. The load spike nudged the CO2 swing bed into a sulk. Alarms did not sing, but they cleared their throats. We fixed the conflict in 4 minutes. The mood needed longer. Machines forgive what people won't, Ray said, killing the print pew with a jab that would have dented metal if buttons were honest. No, Oda answered, calm as a rule book. Machines remind us to write better rules. We had reached the size where kindness alone could not coordinate us. We needed a way to decide, to prioritize, to say no without turning no into a ruse. So we made coffee, pulled the fold-down bench into the new hallway, and wrote a government. We did not give it a flag. We gave it a calendar and a whiteboard. First, the map of authority. The mission charter from Earth said there was a commander. That was me. It also said decisions should be evidence-led and reversible when safe. It said never let pride pick a valve setting. We added what the charter couldn't know. During solar conjunction, the commander's tie to Earth slackens. On those days, the room gets a louder vote. Life support decisions sit at the top. Science sits below, except when science is how we learn to protect life support next month. Exploration routes can be overruled by weather, and weather has a way of reminding you it does not take feedback. We divided the week into blocks with names that felt like verbs. Grow, fix, build, range, study, rest. Town hall stayed every 7th soul at the same hour, because governance is a muscle, and muscles like rhythm. We created a small council that rotated chairs. 1 seat for systems, 1 for habitat, 1 for science, 1 for people. The commander only voted to break ties, or when the question had a clock that did not allow ceremony. He wrote vetoes into the wall. Medical veto, safety veto, reactor veto. Any of those could pause an operation without debate. Abuse a veto and you bring tea to everyone for a week and present the post-mortem at town hall. Humor helps rules feel like furniture instead of fences. Resource allocation became the part where voices go tight. We needed a market without money. We built one out of time and watts. The whiteboard grew a column labeled power budget and another labeled hours. Each team posted requests for the coming soul. The board forced honesty. If you wanted the printer to eat a kilo of filament at noon, you also had to acknowledge what the scrubbers, heaters, and pumps wanted at noon. We learned to move our wants into the shadows of bigger needs. The engineer called it load shaping. The rest of us called it being grown-ups. We also learned to price attention. Some tasks were loud and satisfying. Others were quiet and necessary. Filters do not clap when you wash them. We added a point system that was not silly once we used it. Quiet chores counted high. Showy jobs counted fair. Everyone had a weekly target. When you crossed the line, you got first pick of movie night or the last slice of the strange cake Halbrook had engineered from oat powder and hope. Yes, we bribed ourselves to clean drains. Civilization is a stack of bribes and promises. Ownership was next, not of land, not of rocks, ownership of responsibility. The greenhouse belonged to Reyes, the way a violin belongs to a player. But the water loop that fed it belonged to all of us. Suits were signed out to a person, but gloves were communal and went back to the rack like library books. Tools traveled with the borrower, per the wrench rule that had already saved a friendship. The pilot plant had one owner for each module. Lines on the wall assigned blame before blame had a place to live. We wrote a code for conflict. Step 1. Cool off for 10 minutes and drink water. Step 2. Name the problem without naming the person. Step 3. Offer 2 concrete solutions, one that costs you something. Step 4. Call the people chair if the room gets hot. Half of that was theater. The other half worked. We opened a little court for tiny crimes. It met after dinner every third soul. Its punishments were built from chores and apologies. A missing set of earplugs at quiet hour cost you 2 loads of filter cleaning. Hogging the treadmill cost you a night of dish duty and first shift on the panel brush. Everyone laughed when we invented it. Everyone showed up on time. We made a constitution in 3 sentences and taped it above the galley. Air first, water second. People always. Then we went back to work, because rules do not lay cable. Hold this scene and let me speak plainly, outside the helmet of story, about why any of this matters if humans ever hope to build more than a camp here. A Mars outpost lives or dies on governance. Not slogans, process. Who decides? How fast? With what data? On Earth, you can outsource clarity to a phone call or a mayor. Here, delays and distance force autonomy. A crew needs a charter before it needs a shovel. Command authority must be real and bounded. Emergencies cannot be run by committee. Routine cannot be ruled by impulse. Safety, medical, and reactor vetoes are not theater. They cut through pride. Clarity about when those vetoes apply keeps them from turning into cudgels. Resource planning is a civic act. Watts per hour, liters per soul, person hours per task. The moment you scale beyond one habitat, you either build a scheduling culture or you let friction consume your day. A visible, shared power schedule lowers arguments and keeps quiet systems from losing fights to shiny ones. Conflicts will happen. Crowded rooms plus fatigue plus identical views equals friction. Teach crews mediation before they fly. Give them scripts that feel corny and work well. Build rituals that create predictability. Predictability lets brains spend fewer calories on social puzzles and more on bolts and beans. Law gets messy fast. Whose rules apply? Which nation's courts? Which contract? Space law today says no country can claim a chunk of Mars like a colony, and that hardware tends to remain the property of whomever launched it. That does not answer how 2 different missions share an ice field, or what happens when a crew swaps spare parts in an emergency and then asks for a receipt. You do not want to write that policy while a suit is leaking. Culture will matter as much as policy. Reward maintenance like heroics. Celebrate boring victories. Build in rest that is not an afterthought. Design joke rituals that give people a way to blow steam without lighting a fuse. Governance that feels human makes compliance feel like belonging rather than obedience. With that said, back to the bench, the board, and the small town we are trying to keep gentle. The first test of our fresh rules arrived by courier named Chance. The pilot plant wanted a long run to prove the catalyst had not soured. The greenhouse wanted its dehumidifiers at the same hour to keep fungus from writing its name on our lettuce. The battery management system suggested a midday law due to a high-thin dust veil that had turned the sun into a stingy neighbor. The whiteboard said we could not have all three. In the old days, we would have negotiated with charm and caffeine. Today, we set the board to witness. Reyes slid her magnet from noon to 9. Plants can nap, she said, if the humans in charge of them are brave. Oda slid the plants as magnet to mid-afternoon and shaved an hour off to protect the catalyst and our bedtime. The engineer moved a dishwasher cycle we had ignored for a week into the bright wedge before lunch. The board no longer looked like a fight. It looked like a song. The habitat woke to a sound we all pretend not to dread. Not an alarm, a chime with purpose. Halbrook's voice followed, even and low, the way you talk to a skittish dog. Med Bay, please. Now, I was halfway into my boots before the word please finished crossing the room. The corridor smelled like antiseptic and warm plastic, and the mint we grow to trick our brains into thinking fresh lives here. The comms officer sat on the med cot, gray around the eyes, one arm clamped to his side. He tried to smile because that is his job, and failed because pain does not care about job titles. Started after breakfast, he said. Dull. Now it's auditioning for a louder part. He tapped his right lower abdomen and then stopped tapping because that was a mistake. Halbrook moved with the calm of a person who has rehearsed disaster enough times to make it boring. Fingers on the wrist, eyes on the pupils. Pressure cuff humming. Pulse oximeter kissing a nail. She asked the ritual questions. Nausea, fever, last meal, last bathroom visit. He answered with jokes until jokes were not free. The ultrasound lived in a foam cradle like a small pet. We wheeled it close. Reyes dimmed the lights. Oda handed over a warmed bottle of gel because we have learned that kindness is also a clinical tool. On the screen, a grainy world swam into view. Halbrook slid the probe, hunted landmarks, and narrowed her eyes at a patch of shadow that did not volunteer to be understood. Appendix is shy, she said. That makes 2 of us, he whispered. A blood panel would help. We do not have a hospital lab. We have a lunchbox with needles and a device that pretends to be a lab if you ask politely. A few drops into cartridges. Chemistry churns in a space the size of a deck of cards. Markers creep up bars that mean inflammation and trouble. Not diagnostic, persuasive. We paged Earth because we always do, even when we know the answer, and especially when the sun is about to stand between us and advice. The delay at this hour was awful. 14 minutes out, 14 minutes back. Telemedicine becomes letter writing at that distance. We sent the snapshot, the vitals, the lab, the ultrasound clips. Then we did the part medicine everywhere does. We decided with what we had. Antibiotics first, the gentle kind we hoard for gut trouble. Fluids, nothing by mouth. pain control that takes the edge without taking his breathing. Watch and wait in a place that hates both watching and waiting. If he worsened, we had a second box with words we do not like to use in the same sentence. Field surgery. We have a kit for the ghost of that day. Laparoscope tools that fit in a drawer and a camera that sees too much. Sterile drapes like folded snow, suturing coils. A handful of gas cylinders to push a belly away from its own trouble. A sterilizer that hums like a memory of a better machine and does the job if you are patient. We trained hard on Earth with pig tissue and plastic boxes and a surgeon's voice in our ears. Training turns terror into tasks. Tasks are the only bridge we have. We did not open that drawer. Not yet. We watched the numbers and the face in front of us. We rotated bedside duty because too much love from a crew becomes carbon dioxide in a small room. The greenhouse lights dimmed and the fans sang in the pilot plant clicked outside with the soft arrogance of a machine that does not know what human pain is. At noon, the nausea faded. The fever backed down a fraction. The pain shrank its circle. We let ourselves hope without letting go of the plan. If the night went well, the antibiotics had their teeth in the right place. If the night turned sharp, the drawer would open. I'm going to step out of the room for a minute and talk to you without romance about medicine here. Healthcare on Mars is logistics, training, and humility. You bring your hospital with you and fit it into a closet. There is no medevac. Launch windows open every 26 months. Even if a rocket sat fueled beyond the ridge, you do not sprint home with a patient on a stretcher. You stabilize or you don't. That is the math. Diagnostics are small. Portable ultrasound is king. It answers questions X-ray and CT would answer better, except those kings stayed on Earth. Point-of-care blood analyzers can nudge you toward or away from infection, dehydration, organ stress. They do not sing with certainty. You learn to live with confidence intervals as companions. Telemedicine helps until conjunction makes the sun a wall. When that happens, your crew becomes its own consultation. Pharmacy is a calendar. Antibiotics expire. Pain medicines require stewardship. Sedatives make sense until air gets thin or a scrubber coughs. Every dose you give today is one you cannot give in 6 months if someone needs a root canal, a kidney stone, or a lung that met dust the wrong way. Stockpiles are heavy to launch and fragile to store. Temperature control is not merely comfort, it is potency. Surgery is possible. It is dangerous. Sterility in a dust world is a discipline that never sleeps. Instruments demand cleaning protocols that respect water budgets and biofilm that will happily colonize your loop if you blink. Anesthesia is art and numbers, and a team that has rehearsed the handoff between "we are fixing you" and "we might lose you." Blood is a problem. You are your own blood bank. Type and screen on crew. Freeze plasma. Carry saline you can trust and learn to make more when the boxes run low. Dentistry matters more than it wants to. A cracked molar can dominate a mission. Infections in jaws do not respect schedules. Bring the drills, bring the composites. Bring the courage to numb your friend and cut. It is not TV heroic. It is Tuesday on Mars. Radiation goes into every chart. The slow drizzle on the surface, the spikes when the sun chooses violence, the cumulative dose against lifetimes you hope will be long. Shield where you can. Schedule where you can't. Dosimeters do not lie, and they do not comfort. This is not a reason to stay away. It is a reason to be honest. Vision changes are a thief in the night. Months in zero gravity on the way swear at the backs of your eyes. Fluid shifts flatten globes, tweak optics, fog lines. Some recover, some do not. Partial gravity helps. It does not erase. Reading charts in the tunnel under LED light becomes a daily confession. Adjust font size. Adjust pride. Bones and muscles are negotiations with gravity. Treadmills and resistance rigs preserve what spaceflight tries to spend. Belts squeak. Bearings burn. Maintenance becomes medicine. A broken treadmill is a quiet fracture 3 months from now. Fix it like a heart. Infection control is unglamorous and absolute. A cold in a closed loop becomes a crew kneeling before buckets. Gastroenteritis steals minutes that should belong to scrubbers. Fungal spores love warm corners. Perchlorates and dust hate thyroids and skin. Keep the dirty out. Clean the air like it holds a grudge. It does. Mental health is medicine. Anxiety will visit. Depression will sit on your chest and say it is a blanket. Sleep will drift. The sun will hide. Send clinicians with the crew, even if their stethoscopes live in a pocket behind wrenches. Teach the rest to listen. Teach them to say, I hear you without fixing anything for the first 3 minutes. Put counseling protocols in the checklist. It is not corny. It is clinical. Triage becomes real when you cannot call a helicopter. Green, yellow, red, black. These are not colors on a PowerPoint. They are choices no one should have to make. Make them in training. Write them down. Agree before you need the agreement. Palliative care belongs in the cabinet as surely as adrenaline does. We do not like to say that out loud. Say it anyway. All right, back with the crew. The comms ping arrived like a postcard from a friend who meant well. Earth agreed with our plan and told us the same things we had already decided. Watch, hydrate, continue antibiotics. They added a paragraph about ultrasound signs we were already hunting and a line about bravery that made us all shy. Afternoon turned into chores because chores are also medicine. We rotated filters. We wiped the places spores like to live. We brushed panels with a rhythm our shoulders know now. Reyes checked the greenhouse humidity and caught a patch of condensation plotting a rebellion. Oda tuned the pilot plant to a quieter hum because pain lives easier when noise retreats. At dinner, the patient ate a spoonful and did not hate the world. We pretended not to be watching. We failed. He rolled his eyes and let us fuss anyway. After dishes, we held a short meeting in the new hall. Advanced directives are not a party topic. We talked about them like adults. Everyone confirmed theirs. Halbrook updated the file on a tablet that holds more than it admits. We do not expect the worst. We make room for it on the shelf. Night deepened. The water drums above the sleeping corridor remembered the solar storm drill and looked like an art installation that critiques the sun. The reactor purred. The fans sang. The new hallway breathed in the same slow rhythm as the old rooms. The habitat woke to a sound we all pretend not to dread. Not an alarm, a chime with purpose. Halbrook's voice followed, even and low, the way you talk to a skittish dog. Med Bay, please. Now, I was halfway into my boots before the word please finished crossing the room. The corridor smelled like antiseptic and warm plastic, and the mint we grow to trick our brains into thinking fresh lives here. The comms officer sat on the med cot, gray around the eyes, one arm clamped to his side. He tried to smile because that is his job, and failed because pain does not care about job titles. Started after breakfast, he said. Dull. Now it's auditioning for a louder part. He tapped his right lower abdomen and then stopped tapping because that was a mistake. Halbrook moved with the calm of a person who has rehearsed disaster enough times to make it boring. Fingers on the wrist, eyes on the pupils. Pressure cuff humming. Pulse oximeter kissing a nail. She asked the ritual questions. Nausea, fever, last meal, last bathroom visit. He answered with jokes until jokes were not free. The ultrasound lived in a foam cradle like a small pet. We wheeled it close. Reyes dimmed the lights. Oda handed over a warmed bottle of gel because we have learned that kindness is also a clinical tool. On the screen, a grainy world swam into view. Halbrook slid the probe, hunted landmarks, and narrowed her eyes at a patch of shadow that did not volunteer to be understood. Appendix is shy, she said. That makes two of us, he whispered. A blood panel would help. We do not have a hospital lab. We have a lunchbox with needles and a device that pretends to be a lab if you ask politely. A few drops into cartridges. Chemistry churns in a space the size of a deck of cards. Markers creep up bars that mean inflammation and trouble. Not diagnostic, persuasive. We paged Earth because we always do, even when we know the answer, and especially when the sun is about to stand between us and advice. The delay at this hour was awful. 14 minutes out, 14 minutes back. Telemedicine becomes letter writing at that distance. We sent the snapshot, the vitals, the lab, the ultrasound clips. Then we did the part medicine everywhere does. We decided with what we had. Antibiotics first, the gentle kind we hoard for gut trouble. Fluids, nothing by mouth. Pain control that takes the edge without taking his breathing. Watch and wait in a place that hates both watching and waiting. If he worsened, we had a second box with words we do not like to use in the same sentence. Field surgery. We have a kit for the ghost of that day. Laparoscope tools that fit in a drawer and a camera that sees too much. Sterile drapes like folded snow. Suturing coils. A handful of gas cylinders to push a belly away from its own trouble. A sterilizer that hums like a memory of a better machine and does the job if you are patient. We trained hard on Earth with pig tissue and plastic boxes and a surgeon's voice in our ears. Training turns terror into tasks. Tasks are the only bridge we have. We did not open that drawer. Not yet. We watched the numbers and the face in front of us. We rotated bedside duty because too much love from a crew becomes carbon dioxide in a small room. The greenhouse lights dimmed and the fans sang in the pilot plant clicked outside with the soft arrogance of a machine that does not know what human pain is. At noon, the nausea faded. The fever backed down a fraction. The pain shrank its circle. We let ourselves hope without letting go of the plan. If the night went well, the antibiotics had their teeth in the right place. If the night turned sharp, the drawer would open. I'm going to step out of the room for a minute and talk to you without romance about medicine here. Healthcare on Mars is logistics, training, and humility. You bring your hospital with you and fit it into a closet. There is no medevac. Launch windows open every 26 months. Even if a rocket sat fueled beyond the ridge, you do not sprint home with a patient on a stretcher. You stabilize or you don't. That is the math. Diagnostics are small. Portable ultrasound is king. It answers questions X-ray and CT would answer better, except those kings stayed on Earth. Point-of-care blood analyzers can nudge you toward or away from infection, dehydration, organ stress. They do not sing with certainty. You learn to live with confidence intervals as companions. Telemedicine helps until conjunction makes the sun a wall. When that happens, your crew becomes its own consultation. Pharmacy is a calendar. Antibiotics expire. Pain medicines require stewardship. Sedatives make sense until air gets thin or a scrubber coughs. Every dose you give today is one you cannot give in 6 months if someone needs a root canal, a kidney stone, or a lung that met dust the wrong way. Stockpiles are heavy to launch and fragile to store. Temperature control is not merely comfort. It is potency. Surgery is possible. It is dangerous. Sterility in a dust world is a discipline that never sleeps. Instruments demand cleaning protocols that respect water budgets and biofilm that will happily colonize your loop if you blink. Anesthesia is art and numbers, and a team that has rehearsed the handoff between "we are fixing you" and "we might lose you." Blood is a problem. You are your own blood bank. Type and screen on crew. Freeze plasma. Carry saline you can trust and learn to make more when the boxes run low. Dentistry matters more than it wants to. A cracked molar can dominate a mission. Infections in jaws do not respect schedules. Bring the drills. Bring the composites. Bring the courage to numb your friend and cut. It is not TV heroic. It is Tuesday on Mars. Radiation goes into every chart. The slow drizzle on the surface. The spikes when the sun chooses violence. The cumulative dose against lifetimes you hope will be long. Shield where you can. Schedule where you can't. Dosimeters do not lie, and they do not comfort. This is not a reason to stay away. It is a reason to be honest. Vision changes are a thief in the night. Months in zero gravity on the way swear at the backs of your eyes. Fluid shifts flatten globes, tweak optics, fog lines. Some recover. Some do not. Partial gravity helps. It does not erase. Reading charts in the tunnel under LED light becomes a daily confession. Adjust font size. Adjust pride. Bones and muscles are negotiations with gravity. Treadmills and resistance rigs preserve what spaceflight tries to spend. Belts squeak. Bearings burn. Maintenance becomes medicine. A broken treadmill is a quiet fracture 3 months from now. Fix it like a heart. Infection control is unglamorous and absolute. A cold in a closed loop becomes a crew kneeling before buckets. Gastroenteritis steals minutes that should belong to scrubbers. Fungal spores love warm corners. Perchlorates and dust hate thyroids and skin. Keep the dirty out. Clean the air like it holds a grudge. It does. Mental health is medicine. Anxiety will visit. Depression will sit on your chest and say it is a blanket. Sleep will drift. The sun will hide. Send clinicians with the crew, even if their stethoscopes live in a pocket behind wrenches. Teach the rest to listen. Teach them to say "I hear you" without fixing anything for the first 3 minutes. Put counseling protocols in the checklist. It is not corny. It is clinical. Triage becomes real when you cannot call a helicopter. Green, yellow, red, black. These are not colors on a PowerPoint. They are choices no one should have to make. Make them in training. Write them down. Agree before you need the agreement. Palliative care belongs in the cabinet as surely as adrenaline does. We do not like to say that out loud. Say it anyway. All right. Back with the crew. The comms ping arrived like a postcard from a friend who meant well. Earth agreed with our plan and told us the same things we had already decided. Watch, hydrate, continue antibiotics. They added a paragraph about ultrasound signs we were already hunting, and a line about bravery that made us all shy. Afternoon turned into chores, because chores are also medicine. We rotated filters. We wiped the places spores like to live. We brushed panels with a rhythm our shoulders know now. Reyes checked the greenhouse humidity and caught a patch of condensation plotting a rebellion. Oda tuned the pilot plant to a quieter hum because pain lives easier when noise retreats. At dinner, the patient ate a spoonful and did not hate the world. We pretended not to be watching. We failed. He rolled his eyes and let us fuss anyway. After dishes, we held a short meeting in the new hall. Advanced directives are not a party topic. We talked about them like adults. Everyone confirmed theirs. Halbrook updated the file on a tablet that holds more than it admits. We do not expect the worst. We make room for it on the shelf. Night deepened. The water drums above the sleeping corridor remembered the solar storm drill and looked like an art installation that critiques the sun. The reactor purred. The fans sang. The new hallway breathed in the same slow rhythm as the old rooms. In the middle of the night, I walked the house because captains are really custodians with better jackets. I listened. Pumps, heaters, the soft hiss of the concentrator stealing oxygen from the outside world in spoonfuls. In the med bay, the comms officer slept, his face loose for the first time in a day. The monitor traced polite curves. I stood a long minute and then left before my staring became a superstition. Morning delivered the thing prayers try to buy. Less pain, a smaller frown, a half smile with edges that did not crack. We continued the plan. Halbrook tapped the abdomen and got less poetry. The ultrasound still showed a shy appendix. The lab stopped climbing and thought about being boring. We stayed the course and kept the drawer closed. We took that bit of grace and paid it forward. Med day became maintenance day with a doctor's authority. The treadmill got new bearings. The resistance rig got a loving tune. The humidifier drain got scrubbed by 2 crew members who pretended not to gag. We boiled water we did not need to boil, because sterility is a habit, not an act. We inventoried the pharmacy and moved heat-sensitive drugs into the sweet spot on the shelf where the temperature graph lives its best life. Reyes held a class on hand hygiene that felt like kindergarten and tasted like survival. We fixed our glove-donning sequence because a camera caught a wrist sneaking through a sleeve. We rotated masks and threw out a stack that had been arguing with SEALs. In the afternoon, we ran a medical drill because drills are the way you tell the universe you are paying attention. Scenario: suit breach at the rover bay. Decompression in 12 seconds. Patient down. We ran the steps. Seal. Drag. Pressurize. Oxygen. Check. The clock on the wall did not care about our drama. It counted. We beat the number we had promised ourselves we would beat. We beat it by a hair. No one cheered. We breathed and reset the room and ran it again. I want to pull the curtain back one more time, because medicine is also policy. If you put people here before you can evacuate them, you have to be honest about what you are asking them to carry. They are clinicians, mechanics, patients, and family to one another. They will write condolences and discharge notes in the same day. Your charter must protect them from pressure to perform miracles for the sake of headlines. Your supply chain must respect that soap and peroxide are as heroic as rockets. You also need to decide what counts as good enough before a launch leaves Earth. Do you require 1 surgeon per crew? 2 trained medics? Do you send generalists who can do a little of everything, or specialists who can cut at 3 in the morning under LED light after a day of trenching? What is your minimum kit? Who certifies that the kit was packed by people with skin in the game? Who pays for redundancy when budgets growl? These are not administrative questions. They are the names on the wall later if you get them wrong. And then there is consent. In a place without rescue, risk is not a form signed on a clipboard and filed where no one reads it. It is a living agreement you renew every time you pick up a drill, a scalpel, or a wrench. Crews deserve the power to say no to missions that gamble on their bodies for someone else's timeline. Back to our small house and our still sore friend. On Sol 150, the comms officer ate toast that pretended to be bread and did not bargain with God. He shuffled to the greenhouse, stood in front of the cilantro tray, and cried a little because cilantro smells like earth and because pain leaving a body makes room for other feelings. None of us pretended not to notice. We patted his shoulder and made jokes about billing codes for emotions. That evening, we read a page about bread that made us shout with laughter in the quiet way laughing is allowed here. A paragraph about rivers. A line of poetry about hands. The pilot plant clicked, and the reactor purred, and the new hull breathed, and the fans sang. And somewhere in there, we remembered that survival is not just air and water in watts. It is care, given, received, rehearsed, repeated. We taped a new card on the med cabinet door. It said, in handwriting that looked like mine and wasn't, "Slow is smooth, smooth is fast." It is a cliché from Earth. It is also a spell that keeps clumsy away. Tomorrow we would range again. Beacons, trenches, a valve shack that did not hate wind. The ascent tanks were still empty. The pilot plant had filled another shy cylinder. The board on the wall had magnets in a pattern that looked like a song if you squinted. We went to sleep under water drums and rules and graphs and air that belonged to us. With the new knowledge that our small hospital could handle a bad day, and the older knowledge that one day will still come that we cannot fix. That is the price of distance. It is also the reason we write kindness bigger than law on the wall. Morning came with the blush of a greenhouse tomato and the faint rattle of a wind that could not make up its mind. The med bay was quiet. The pilot plant ticked like a content stove. For the first time in days, no one had a forehead in a hand. We were halfway through breakfast when the navigator slid a folded sheet onto the table. The paper looked official in the way things look official when they use a serif font. I did not need to read the title to know what it was. We had drafted it months ago and promised to revisit it when we were steady again. Policy review, she said, trying for casual and getting as far as brave. No pregnancy. No exceptions. We all signed it on Sol 40, more ceremony than necessity. Today, we would turn signatures into systems. We took our coffee to the new hallway. The bench there has heard arguments about wrenches in walls and the right way to brush dust from a panel. It would survive this conversation too. I started. We said it in training. We said it on Earth. We said it here during the first week. We keep saying it because this house is honest. We are not ready to grow a human on Mars. Not in our gravity. Not under this sky. Not with this clinic. We need to turn that truth into simple steps. There was a pause while the room counted breath and courage. Then the practical flood began. Contraception first. We opened the awkward box and did an inventory with the same seriousness we give the oxygen filters. Long-acting options with a backbone, implants, IUDs, a stack of monthly packets for people who preferred a calendar. Barrier methods, labeled like spare parts, because redundancy is not romance, it is planning. We checked expiration dates, because medicine is a calendar, and our calendar is far from home. Menstrual suppression had its own line on the board. In low water, periods are not just private, they are logistics. Halbrook walked us through choices, risks, side effects, interactions with radiation exposure that science has not finished describing. None of it was perfect. All of it was better than pretending biology reads mission charters. Privacy next. Even in a house built from lists, there are doors that must close. We made a schedule that gave people time and room without having to write it on a screen. We tuned white noise in the new hall. We posted a "do not knock" magnet that no one jokes about. When you live in a place where air is shared and walls are thin, privacy becomes a civic duty, not a luxury. Consent, written and living. We drafted a 2-page agreement months ago when Earth still sounded close. Today, we read it aloud. We tightened the language. No surprises, no pressure, no assumptions. A built-in pause that either person can invoke without explanation. A private way to signal the medical officer if anything goes wrong without turning a health question into a headline within a small town. We all signed again, not because we do not trust each other, but because trust likes paper. Then we talked about the thing we do not let ourselves talk about when the day is full of wires and dust. Children, not a hypothetical, a timeline. The greenhouse hum softened as if it were listening. Reyes spoke first. One day I want to see a classroom under this sky. Not now, not soon, but one day. Oda shook her head gently. One day, when we have answers we do not have. Bones and eyes and brains are finding their way here. We still do not know what a developing embryo would do in 1/3 gravity, under a quieter magnetic field, inside a house that must be cleaned like an operating room. We do not know how much radiation a first trimester can forgive, or what a placenta thinks when the ground is far kinder than the sky. We do not know how to deliver a child when the nearest neonatal intensive care unit is a planet away and the med bay fits in a closet. The practical work returned. Storage for the future. The cryo unit in the med bay has 2 empty drawers and a hunger for watts. We can freeze and bank embryos, eggs, and sperm if people choose. A small arc against time. A hedge against accidents and waiting. We do not romanticize it. We check the power budget. We test the alarm on the freezer twice a week. We run drills for what happens if the lights go out. In a place where everything is a contingency, this one felt heavier and more tender than most. We added 2 rules to the wall where the Constitution lives. No pregnancies on this mission. No secrets about sex or health in a house that depends on honesty to stay alive. Then we closed the box, taped the lid, wrote a date on the tape, and went back to work, because even big questions taste better when you wash the breakfast bowls. Hold this scene for a minute. Let me step out of the story and talk plainly about love, sex, and reproduction when home is too far away. First, sex. Crews are human. Attraction does not read shift schedules. On long missions, relationships will happen. You can pretend otherwise and let secrecy make a mess, or you can plan for it. Good missions do the latter. Clear codes of conduct, privacy that is real, consent policies that are explicit, power dynamics addressed up front, so rank cannot be abused, and contraception stocked like oxygen. Closed-loop habitats also mean hygiene is logistics. Water is limited, waste streams must stay clean. Infections are everybody's problem. That is not romantic. It is responsible. Second, fertility and pregnancy. This is the hard truth. Today, we do not know if humans can safely conceive, gestate, and deliver in partial gravity under Mars radiation. Animal studies in microgravity show issues with implantation, development, and vestibular systems. Partial gravity might help some of that, or it might reveal new problems. Radiation is not just a number on a badge. It can damage DNA during the most delicate weeks of development. Shielding helps, but the margins are thin. A settlement that allows pregnancy must have medical capabilities far beyond an expedition. Obstetrics, neonatal care, blood banking, surgery, infection control that can handle the inevitable emergency at 3 a.m. Third, ethics and consent. In a place with no evacuation and limited care, becoming pregnant is not just a private choice. It becomes a system obligation. Oxygen, food, care hours, medical risk all rise. That means the only ethical policy for small outposts right now is contraception, prevention, and a clear, compassionate no to pregnancy. Anything else gambles with 2 lives when rescue is not an option. Fourth, the family timeline. If Mars is ever to become home in the way we use that word on Earth, it will require a generation that is born there. Getting to that day responsibly means decades of research and infrastructure, radiation-safe nurseries gravity solutions for gestation and infancy. If 1/3 gravity proves too low, robust clinics train pediatric care schools and communities that are not just 7 overworked adults and a bench. Until then, Mars is a place for visits measured in months and years, not lifetimes. Fifth, storage and rights. Cryopreservation buys time. It also demands power, maintenance, and policy. Who owns the embryos and gametes if a mission is extended, if partners separate, if someone dies far from home? The law is muddy even on Earth. You do not want to discover the edges of it in a dust storm. Finally, culture. Jokes help. Rituals help. A culture that treats intimacy as normal and bounded, not scandalous or secret, avoids the fractures that secrecy breeds. Commanders need training to navigate this like adults, not hall monitors. All right, back to the hall, the box, and the people trying to build a future while being honest about the present. After lunch, we picked up shovels and the micro-trencher and went outside, because every big policy wants to be, followed by small labor. We cut a short line to the valve shack and laid cable with the quiet satisfaction of people who have sent a heavy thought back to the shelf. The wind had opinions. We sandbagged as we went and laughed at a gust that wanted to steal Oda's hat off the suit. The sky was the color of rust thinned with milk. Beacon 3 blinked on the ridge, imperturbable. On the way back to the airlock, the comms officer fell and stepped beside me. He used the easy tone people use when the hard part has been said in a room, and they just want to say thank you without making it a speech. "Good meeting," he said. "Good rules," I answered. "Not forever rules," he said, looking up at a sky that does not bend easily. "Just right now." "Right now is what we have," I said. In the afternoon, Reyes hosted a class in the greenhouse we called the Oxygen Hour and never admitted was sex ed for Mars. We learned where soap lives. We learned how to be kind to a closed loop. We learned which plants forgive our humidity mistakes and which write angry letters in mold. We laughed more than the subject deserved, and that was the point. At dinner, we read a letter from a classroom where a child asked whether babies born on Mars would jump higher. We passed the letter around like it was warm bread. We wrote back. We said maybe. We said we hope to find out one day when the house is bigger and the clinic is louder, and the rules on the wall can say yes without lying. After dishes, I stood alone in the airlock with the suit rack and the steady breath of the habitat at my back. I pictured a small hand against the window, a chalk alphabet on the tunnel wall, a paper calendar with star stickers for first steps. Then I pictured the med bay we would need the water, we would have to bank the power that must not blink, the teachers we would have to bring, and the questions we would have to answer before we dared to invite a new person into a house like this. I went to the board and added a line under the Constitution, the kind of line you write small and mean large. No maybes with people. When we are ready, it will not feel like courage. It will feel like competence. Let me step aside one last time in this chapter to connect it to the bigger promise and the bigger warning. A colony is not a longer expedition. It is a place where children are safe. Until Mars can offer that, with gravity solutions if necessary, with real hospitals, with water and power that shrug at storms, with schools and parks and doors that lock for privacy and open for neighbors. We are visitors, proud, tired, skillful, visitors. Anything sooner is not pioneering. It is gambling with the people you love most. Back in the quiet house, the fans sang, the pilot plant purred, and the new hallway breathed. We went to sleep under water drums and rules and a sky that does not care about our calendars. Grateful for a day that asked hard questions and let us answer them with honesty. Tomorrow, the tanks will still be empty. The beacons will still need a line. The heater pipe will want its wattage. And we will go outside with shovels and stubbornness and build the kind of place that might one day be ready for the sound of a small laugh in a small room. The sky turned the color of old brass. The weather mast whispered a number we know too well. Tau rising, light falling. We ran storm lines the way we practiced on calm days. Rope from habitat to greenhouse. Greenhouse to rover bay. Bay to the plant. Plant back home. In a whiteout, pride is useless. String wins. Dust moved first. Not pretty dust. Razor fine, electrostatic, and hungry for seals. It hissed on visors. It settled in filters. It turned every wipe into a promise to wipe again. A blue snap jumped from a handrail through my glove. The suit shrugged. My heart did not. We put the solar field into storm posture. Panels at a gentle angle. Wipers parked. Brushes staged. Radiators wore mesh skirts to turn big gusts into smaller, kinder shapes. Intake stacks got hoods. Beacon posts got fresh caps. If a cap falls off in dim light, sooner or later something important forgets how to blink. We filled every water drum and slid 2 more above the sleeping corridor. Thermal mass now. Extra radiation shade if the sun chooses a bad idea during a bad week. By noon, the light was thin tea. We brushed panels and watched dust return like a patient tide. The plant pre-filter gave us a jump. Oda swapped it in 6 minutes. We added a slanted shield above the intake with 4 bolts and a prayer. The graph sighed and went boring again. We ran the storm drill at a jogging walk, helmets on racks, go bags at doors, filters staged by the hatch. We beat our best time by 15 seconds and did not smile. 15 seconds is nothing. 15 seconds is everything. Night was velvet gray. Yard lights turned dust into a snow globe we did not ask for. We ate quietly. 7 slices of one absurd tomato. Reyes said it tasted like summer and a tantrum. No one disagreed out loud. Brushes before bravery, we wrote on the wall. Bury what you love. Quick reality check in plain words. Martian dust is abrasive, tiny, and electrically active. It scratches seals, clogs filters, and steals light from panels while smothering radiators. Local storms can have solar output. Global storms can dim noon to twilight for weeks. Batteries help, but mass limits how many you can land. Wind is a rumor in thin air. A compact nuclear unit gives steady kilowatts whatever the sky, but it must be landed, shielded, and loved with procedures that never blink. Radiation is the other invisible enemy. No strong magnetic field, thin air. You lower dose by living under meters of soil or stacks of water. You can go outside. You cannot live outside. Back to the yard. By morning, shadows had edges again. The array graphs stretched like a cat. We checked the shields, tapped the caps, and went looking for the next small lie dust had told. The storm passed. The quiet stayed. Days here can be too silent. No birds, no insects, no street 2 blocks over. Only fans, pumps, and plastic, remembering it is not wood. You notice your breath in your hood. You miss smells you used to ignore. Soap in a warm shower. Dirt after rain. A lemon cut with a dull knife. We keep a charter for small things because small things become big in cabins. The galley playlist rotates. The cook rotates. The one who cleans chooses the next movie. If someone eats the last good mango, they leave a note and a joke. We write compliments on the whiteboard in thick marker. Thank you for saving the radiator at -3. Thank you for making the cricket taste like food. We also keep rules for conflict. Facts first, feelings next, stories last. Ask for a walk before you ask for an argument. No midnight fights. Sleep is sacred. If we break the rules, we apologize in the morning with tea and the good spoon. There is a deeper price no rule fixes. You look out and see no ocean, no forest. When the sunset goes blue here, it looks like a trick. Beautiful, cannot hold. We pinned photos in the new hallway. A river under a bridge. A sidewalk with fallen leaves. A dog asleep on a bus. We take turns choosing what hangs by the door. Time itself wants to drift. A Martian day is 24 hours and 39 minutes. At first, it sounds like a fun fact. After a month, it is gravity you do not see. If we let our day slide, breakfast wanders across the clock. We lose sync with Earth and with each other. We fight drift with light and ritual. Bright light in the morning. Warm light at night. Shift starts on time. Exercise at the same hour. Sundays quiet unless a pipe breaks. It usually does not. That helps. Soft aside for the facts. Long isolation raises risks of depression, sleep disorders, conflict, and burnout. Crew selection matters. Daily culture matters more. Give people real privacy and real voice in safety calls. Anchor the longer Martian day with light therapy and routine. Keep ties to Earth with voice messages, not only text. Plan for counseling and peer support. The person who prevents one bad argument on day 90 does as much for survival as the person who fixes a pump. We ended the day with a ritual. Lights low, fans soft. Someone read a page about the smell of wet pavement. 7 people fell asleep under water drums and rules and a sky that did not care. We slept anyway. We planned the blackout for a Tuesday. Theater helps memory. At sunset, we would turn the house off and see who we are when nothing hums. All day, we staged like burglars of our own comfort. Cold lockers pre-cooled, walls pre-warmed, water drums full, oxygen buffers topped, headlamps at every hatch, glow tape along the floor, 3 lines on the board, air first, water second, people always. At lights out, the fans gave one long sigh and stopped. Silence is not silent. You hear your blood. You hear plastic settle. You hear your own caution. The cabin temperature began its slide. 21, 20, 19. We had rehearsed the curve on paper. Now it traced itself on our cheeks. The CO2 graph started up. The Med Island fan held it down. We had 8 hours of that small mercy. Problems arrived on time. The rover bay heaters shared the wrong circuit and went cold. Lithium batteries dislike cold. Oda cocooned the pack in reflective blankets and tucked warmers in the gaps. The graph sulked less. We swapped a CO2 canister when heads felt heavy. The hiss of the seal sounded like a hymn. Here is the engineering in one breath. In thin air, heat leaves mainly by radiation to a cold sky and by conduction into soil. Water drums add thermal mass and slow the drop. They do not stop it. Batteries lose capacity in the cold, so keep them warm or your numbers will lie. CO2 removal is non-negotiable. Chemical scrubbers are heavy but reliable. Regenerable beds save mass but need watts. A black start sequence matters. Bring life support islands up first. Then power, then comfort. Practice until it feels like washing dishes. At hour 7, we brought the house back. Med Island first. Then the plant. Then lights, one circuit at a time. The smell of warming plastic is not pleasant and is home. We wrote 3 new lines under the Constitution. Practice is preparation. Preparation is mercy. Mercy keeps people. Then we slept. We scheduled the bad day for a calm morning. The memo on the board was short. Full failure drill. No speeches. At 9, the plant pretended to fail. A breaker tripped. The river to the ascent tanks went dry. We moved to the checklist with no heroics. House to island power. Life support steady. Greenhouse fans on the safe bus. We bled pressure from the deadline and isolated the section with 2 valves and 1 steady hand. Oda found a hairline crack at a flange. She swapped the section. We purged with argon. We brought the pump up slow. The graph walked back to normal. No one clapped. We logged the time and the lesson. The lesson was do not torque flanges when you are tired. At noon, we drilled a breach. A pinhole leak in the habitat wall. The pressure drop alarm chirped like a bird that learned bad habits. We moved on the storm line inside the house. Sealant patch, clamp, vacuum on the inner panel to test the seal. Halbrook watched for gloves near faces because breaches make people forget. We passed. The cabin pressure rose back to smug. At 2, we lost Earth. Comms blackout, no voice, no email, no weather update. The room felt smaller in 1 second. We opened the folder labeled Earth is Quiet and followed it like a recipe. Shift leads doubled. Decisions stayed on station. No one sent a rover past the beacons. No one started a job that needed a second pair of eyes from far away. We used the big clock on the wall and not the small one in our chests. After 1 hour, Earth returned and asked for a picture. We sent a photo of the whiteboard with a smile drawn on it. A small side note, because this is the part no one likes to hear. There is no quick help. A rescue mission takes months, not days. Communication delays depend on where the planets are in the sky. You cannot rely on real-time advice. That means drills are culture, not theater. Build redundancy where it matters, except you cannot have it everywhere. Use lockout, tagout, and permit to work even when the crew is small reward, early aborts, and practice pressure. Leaks, electrical faults, fire, and comms loss until your hands move before your fear does. We finished with coffee. It tasted like relief. Halbrook ran vitals. Everyone's pulse was honest. We taped a line on the board. Abort is a victory. We meant it. We did not plant a flag. We planted habits. We learned that robots and AI go first for a reason. They do not miss their families. They do not mine dust in their socks. They map ice and mark places where human hands should not go yet. They keep beacons blinking when a storm gets bored of being weather and tries to be plot. They are the vanguard. We are the guests. We learned that energy is not a line item. It is the budget. Dust steals light. Batteries are heavy. Wind is a rumor. Compact nuclear buys schedules that do not care about weather. If you cannot land it and love it, design your life around dim months and patience. We learned that food is a system, not a shelf. Greenhouses are factories with emotions. Fungal blooms ignore your calendar. Protein from tanks and insects is math, not romance, and it saves bodies and tempers. Nitrogen is work. Perchlorates are rude. Dinner is survival with manners. We learned that people are the brittle part and the reason. Crew culture is the clinic you carry. Small rituals keep big fears out of corners. Private space keeps friends from turning into roommates with knives. Rules with teeth keep everyone from being brave when boring would do. Let me put the lesson in one clear paragraph. Early outposts are test beds, not towns. They prove fuel from air, water from ice, food from light, and rules that keep people. They also expose weak links in power, dust control, healthcare, and psychology. Robots and AI will do most heavy work first. Human missions will stay small and cautious until medical care, radiation protection, and year-round power improve. For now, Mars is more classroom than cradle. A place to learn habits that make Earth safer and future missions saner. Our last week tasted like peppermint and metal. We folded storm lines. We oiled the trencher. We cleaned the pre-filter that always lies on day 5. We packed courier capsules with samples and notes that read like recipes and apologies. On the last night, we sat in the new hallway under drums and rules. We spoke quietly. We thanked the tomato plant out loud. We thanked the plant that makes air and fuel. We thanked the beacons that blinked through the dim months. I wrote a short note on the galley board. We did not rush. We did not cheat. We leave it cleaner than we found it. We will be back when we can build with gentleness. Lights down. Fan song. The soft breath of a house that held. Good night. The next good window did not arrive with trumpets. It arrived with a checklist. Storm season had eased. The beacons blinked their calm rhythm along the ridge. The plant graphs were back to boring. We walked the base one more time with the slow reverence of people leaving a library at night. We left the house in safe hands. The greenhouse on a conservative cycle. The electrolyzers on timed sprints. The Sabatier loop at a polite idle. The Med Island on its own power bus. The rover bay heaters set to not let lithium forget who it is. The maintenance bots had names now, which was dangerous. But we kept the names anyway. On the galley board, we wrote the same line we had been writing in smaller ways for months. We did not rush. We did not cheat. We leave it cleaner than we found it. In the new hallway, we pinned our constitution beside a one-page handover. Where to find the stubborn valve. Which pre-filter lies on day 5. Which tomato plant forgives neglect, and which writes angry letters in mold. A small sealed envelope for the next crew. A thank you, a warning, a joke. We suited up and walked the storm line to the pad, not because we needed it this morning, but because habit is armor. The ascent vehicle waited on its mounts, white, a little scuffed, serious. Inside, the tanks held the calm cold we had made from air and ice, oxygen and methane. Fuel from thin air, like a parlor trick that took a year. Straps, checks, the comms, officer's steady voice reading words that had become our bedside prayer. The reactor whispered to the cryo plant one last time. The valves answered. The engine chilled. Ignition was not drama. It was manners. A small, clean fire we had earned with a long chain of careful steps. The pad fell away. Dust tried to make a story and failed. The ridge lights blinked their same old pattern, unimpressed. Orbit came like an apology for the months of red. We met the transfer stage, latched and burned for home. Numbers behaved. The window was kind. The delay to Earth began to shrink, second by impossible second, until voices overlap again, and we had to remember not to talk at the same time. The cruise home was a study in patience. Long books. Exercise loops that squeaked like polite mice. Messages from classrooms that had adopted our beacons and argued about the best tomato. We answered questions about dust and power and why we insisted on rules with teeth. We answered the question about children with the same gentle no we had carried since Sol 40. Not yet. Competence first. Re-entry was black, then orange, then the impossible blue that every human remembers whether they have seen it or not. Parachutes opened with the quiet violence of good fabric doing its job. The capsule talked to the air in a language we had trained for and respected. Landing was honest. Wet air. Loud voices. Gloves that smelled like soap. A hand on her shoulder that did not belong to the same 7 names we had heard all year. The first smell that mattered was rain on hot pavement. The second was coffee that did not taste like engineering. They took blood. They took pictures. They took notes. They tried to take our story and make it faster. We did our best to slow it down. A reporter asked me on a small stage whether Mars was ready for us now. I told the truth. Mars is not a prize. It is a classroom. We learned how to make fuel from air, water from ice, food from light, and rules that keep people. We also learned where we are brittle. Power in the dim months. Dust that lies. Healthcare that must be bigger than a closet. Minds that need ritual and mercy. When we go back, we will bring more plant, more clinic, more patience. We will build with gentleness or not at all. That night, in a quiet room with a window that opened on purpose, I wrote the last log of this mission. Base left in safe mode. Beacons nominal. Robots on duty. Handover posted. Crew home. Pulse honest. We planted habits. If you want a single sentence ending, here it is. The captain came home alive, with everyone he took, and left Mars to the robots and the rules until the next crew is ready. Back on the red plain, our house sleeps under drums and dirt. The beacons blink, the intake caps hold. The tomato sulks and then forgives. Somewhere in the quiet, a maintenance bot brushes a panel and hums a tune it learned from our fans. We will be back when we can build a place that is not only safe for 7 tired adults, but kind to a child and boring to a school teacher. That will be the day Mars stops being a classroom and starts being a neighborhood. Until then, see you, Space Cowboy. Good night.